Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I suppose I should start by explaining how this nightmare began. Though even now, years later, my hands tremble when I think about it. I'm a woman, and back in 2017 I was just 20 years old. A college student working as a trail guide in a nature reserve deep in the Georgia wilderness. The pay wasn't great, but I loved being outdoors, loved the ancient trees and the way sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams. I thought I understood the wilderness. I thought I was safe there. It was a Tuesday afternoon in late September, when everything changed. I'd taken my dog, a German Shepherd mix named Bandit, out for what should have been a routine walk along the Sweetwater Trail. The air was thick and humid, carrying the earthy scent of decaying leaves and wet soil. Bandit loved these walks, his tail wagging as he sniffed at every root and stone. Then we heard it, a single gunshot, sharp and violent, tearing through the peaceful quiet of the forest. The sound echoed between the trees, and every bird within a mile went silent. Bandit's ears flattened against his skull, and he looked up at me with those intelligent brown eyes, waiting for instruction. I should have turned back. God, I should have just turned around and gone straight to the ranger station. But I was young and stupid and convinced of my own invincibility. Hunting was illegal in the reserve, and I felt this surge of righteous anger. Someone was breaking the law on land I'd sworn to protect. We followed the sound, Bandit staying close to my leg now, his hackles raised. The deeper we went into the woods, the more my stomach churned with an anxiety I couldn't quite name. The trees seemed to press in closer, their shadows lengthening despite the afternoon sun. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat seeming to warn me to turn back. Then we found him. The man was crouched over a deer, a young doe, her eyes still wide and glassy with the shock of death. But what he was doing to her, I can't describe it without feeling sick even now. He wasn't field dressing the animal for meat. He was mutilating it, taking specific parts with a practiced efficiency that spoke of years of experience. His hands were covered in blood up to his elbows, and the smell of death hung in the air like a physical presence. He looked up when Bandit growled, and our eyes met. His face was weathered and hard, probably in his 40s, with eyes that showed absolutely no remorse, no shame, just cold calculation as he assessed me. This college girl who'd stumbled onto something she shouldn't have seen. His hand moved slowly toward the rifle lying beside him in the dirt. I ran. I crashed through the underbrush, Bandit at my heels, branches whipping my face and arms. My lungs burned as I sprinted back toward my cabin, certain at any moment I'd hear another gunshot, feel the impact of a bullet in my back. The forest that had always felt like home now seemed hostile, every shadow potentially hiding that man and his blood-soaked hands. I burst into my cabin, slammed the door, and called the rangers with shaking fingers. They came quickly, along with local law enforcement. Within 3 hours, they'd found the man, arrested him right there beside his truck on an old logging road. They found the deer parts in his cooler, along with evidence of dozens of other kills. I'd done it. I'd helped catch a poacher. My fellow guides congratulated me, patted me on the back. For a week, maybe 2, I felt like a hero. But there was one guide who didn't celebrate. Iris, a woman in her mid-30s who'd been working the trails for almost a decade, had just given me this look when everyone else was cheering. Her face had gone pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. When I asked her what was wrong, she'd just shaken her head and walked away. At the time, I thought maybe she was jealous. Now I know she was terrified. 6 weeks passed. Autumn deepened, the leaves turning brilliant shades of red and gold. The incident faded into the background of my daily life. Just another story to tell over beers with friends. I had midterms to worry about, papers to write, trails to guide. Life moved on, as it does. But looking back, I can see the signs I missed. Little things that didn't quite add up. Ira stopped taking solo assignments. She only worked with groups now, families and school tours. When I asked her about it in the break room one day, she'd just mumbled something about preferring the energy of kids and changed the subject. Her hands had trembled as she poured her coffee. There were phone calls to the office too. Our manager, a gruff man named Vernon, would take them in his private office with the door closed. Through the thin walls, I could hear his voice getting tense, saying things like, "We run a legitimate business here, and I don't want any trouble." I figured it was just angry family members of the arrested poacher, making empty threats. I didn't realize how wrong I was. The trails felt different too, though I couldn't have explained how. There were days when I'd be out with a group, and I'd get this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching from the trees. I'd turn around and see nothing but forest, hear nothing but wind in the leaves. But the feeling persisted, following me like a shadow. One evening, as I was locking up the office, I found a dead crow on the doorstep. Its neck had been broken, and it was positioned deliberately, wings spread wide. When I mentioned it to Vernon the next morning, his face went gray, and he immediately called someone, speaking in low, urgent tones I couldn't quite hear. He swept the bird away himself, told me it was probably just kids playing pranks. But his hands shook as he disposed of it, and he kept glancing toward the tree line as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. I should have known then. The universe was trying to warn me. But I was 20 years old and convinced nothing truly bad could happen to me. That kind of arrogance has a price. It was a cold morning in early November when I saw the name on my schedule. Mr. Byron was all it said, scheduled for a 4-hour solo hike through the northern trails. The request form noted he was a man in his 50s, interested in scouting locations for a photography project. Solo assignments were rare but not unheard of. Sometimes older gentlemen wanted to revisit trails from their youth, needed a guide to ensure they didn't get lost or injured. These were usually the easiest, most rewarding jobs. Slow pace, friendly conversation, and the joy of watching someone reconnect with nature. I'd had no reason to be concerned. Vernon had looked at me strangely when he handed me the assignment sheet. "You sure you want to take this one?" he'd asked, his voice careful. "Why wouldn't I?" I'd responded, already looking forward to a peaceful day in the woods. He'd opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. "Just be careful out there. Stay on the marked trails." I'd laughed it off, thinking he was being overprotective. Now I realize he knew. He knew what family this man came from, knew the danger I was walking into, but he was too scared to warn me directly. Or maybe they'd threatened him too. Maybe they'd told him what would happen if he interfered with their business. Mr. Byron arrived exactly on time, driving up in a newer model pickup truck. He was exactly as described. A man in his 50s, maybe 6 feet tall, with weathered skin and calloused hands. He wore hiking boots that had seen better days, cargo pants, and a flannel shirt beneath a worn canvas jacket. A professional-looking camera hung from a strap around his neck. His smile was warm and genuine, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "You must be my guide," he said, extending a hand. "Name's Byron. Just Byron. No need for formalities out here in nature." His grip was firm, his palm rough against mine. Everything about him seemed normal, friendly even. He asked good questions as we plotted our route on the map in the office. Showed genuine interest in the local wildlife and terrain. He mentioned his late wife, how she'd loved nature and photography, and how he was trying to honor her memory by taking up her hobbies. I felt sorry for him. This lonely widower trying to fill his days with purpose after loss. When he apologized for asking so many personal questions, explaining that he didn't get much chance to talk to people anymore since his kids moved away, my heart went out to him. "It's no problem at all," I'd assured him. "I'm happy to chat. That's part of what I'm here for." He'd given me that warm smile again. And we set off down the trail at around 11 in the morning. The November sun was pale but bright, casting long shadows through the bare trees. Most of the leaves had fallen, creating a carpet of rust and gold beneath our feet. Each step crunched pleasantly, and the air was crisp and clean in my lungs. Bandit couldn't come on official guided hikes. So it was just the two of us, just me and Byron, heading deeper into the woods. For the first hour, everything was perfect. Byron moved slowly but steadily, pausing occasionally to take photographs of interesting rock formations or the way light fell through the branches. He talked about his photography, his technique, his plans for an exhibition at a local community center. He sounded passionate, knowledgeable, genuine. He asked about my life, my studies, my plans for the future. Where was I from originally? What was I studying? Did I plan to stay in Georgia after graduation? I answered easily, comfortable in his presence. I told him about my mixed heritage, Irish and Puerto Rican, about my family back in Michigan, about my dreams of becoming an environmental scientist. He listened with apparent interest, nodding along, asking follow-up questions that showed he was really paying attention. But around the 90-minute mark, something shifted. It was subtle at first, so subtle I almost missed it. We'd been talking about family histories, and I'd just finished explaining how my grandparents had immigrated from Ireland in the 1950s, how my mother's family came from Puerto Rico. Typical American melting pot story, I'd said with a laugh. Byron had nodded slowly, his smile not quite reaching his eyes anymore. That's interesting, he'd said, his voice just a shade cooler than before. Your family hasn't been here long then. Not really rooted in this land. The comment struck me as odd, but not alarming, not yet. Well, I guess not compared to some families, I'd agreed. How long has your family been in Georgia? And that's when his whole demeanor changed. His pace slowed even further, his shoulders squared. When he looked at me, there was something new in his eyes, something calculating and cold that made my stomach clench with sudden instinctive fear. Oh, he said, drawing the word out. My family's been here a very long time, since the beginning, you might say. We were some of the first settlers in what became the Georgia colony. Almost 300 years we've been on this land. Wow, I'd said, trying to maintain the friendly atmosphere even as alarm bells started ringing in the back of my mind. That's incredible. You must be really proud of that heritage. We were climbing a rise now, heading toward a scenic overlook I'd thought would be perfect for his photography. The trees thinned as we climbed, and I could see gray clouds gathering on the horizon. The temperature seemed to drop, or maybe that was just my imagination. Byron didn't respond to my comment right away. He just kept walking, his breathing steady despite the incline. When he finally spoke again, his voice had lost all its earlier warmth. Proud, he said. I suppose that's one word for it. Surprised is another. Surprised that my family is still here at all, considering how many tried to drive us out over the centuries. The air felt wrong now. Too cold, too still. No birds sang in the trees around us, and I realized I hadn't heard any wildlife sounds for the past 15 minutes. It was as if every living thing had fled, sensing danger I was only beginning to comprehend. We're almost to the overlook, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It's got a great view, perfect for your photos. Yes, Byron agreed. Perfect. We should rest there. There's something I want to tell you, a family story. Since you were so kind as to share yours. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I was still trying to convince myself I was being paranoid, that there was a reasonable explanation for why this friendly widower had suddenly become so cold and distant. We were in a public nature reserve. It was broad daylight. Nothing bad could happen here. God, I was so stupid. We reached the overlook, a clearing at the top of a rocky rise that offered a panoramic view of the forest stretching for miles in every direction. On a normal day, it would have been beautiful. Today, under those gathering storm clouds, it looked desolate and menacing. I sat down on one of the large rocks, trying to catch my breath, trying to calm the panic that was rising in my chest like floodwater. Byron remained standing, his camera forgotten, staring out at the view with an expression I couldn't read. My family, he began, his voice flat and emotionless, arrived in 1733. They carved their home out of this wilderness with their bare hands. fought off hostile natives who wanted to drive them back into the sea. When the British Crown tried to tell them how to live, tried to tax them into submission, they fought back. When the Union tried to destroy their way of life, tried to take everything they'd built, they survived. They always survived. I nodded, not trusting my voice. Something was very wrong. This wasn't just family pride. This was something else, something darker. They learned to live off the land, Byron continued, hunting, trapping, trading in furs and meat when times were hard. During Prohibition, they made moonshine in hidden stills deep in these woods. When that ended, they went back to what they knew best, taking what the land provided, what God himself put here for those strong enough to claim it. The way he emphasized God made my skin crawl. There was something zealous in his tone, something fanatical. And no one, he said, turning to look at me now with eyes as cold as a winter grave, no one has ever been able to stop them. Not the natives, not the British, not the Union, not the federal government with all their laws and regulations. My mouth had gone dry. I couldn't swallow, couldn't breathe properly. Because I understood now. I understood exactly what he was talking about. Not some self-righteous college girl, he continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, who thinks she can tell people how to live on land they've held for 3 centuries. The poacher. The man I'd reported 6 weeks ago. This was about him. Byron pulled something from his jacket pocket, and my heart stopped. It was a handgun, compact and black and absolutely real. He didn't point it at me yet, just held it loosely in his hand, his finger resting alongside the trigger guard. "Do you know what that hill is called?" he asked, gesturing with his free hand toward a distant rise, maybe 2 miles away, the one directly south of here. I shook my head, unable to speak. My family has always called it home. Everything you can see from here, all of it belongs to them, has belonged to them for longer than your family has been in this country, and they take care of it in their own way, the way they always have. He raised the gun now, pointing it directly at my chest. I felt my bladder threaten to let go, felt every muscle in my body locked tight with terror. "The man you reported," Byron said calmly, as if we were still discussing photography, "was my nephew. He was doing what our family has done for generations, providing for his own, using what God put on this earth for those wise enough to take it. And you, thinking you knew better, thinking you had some right to judge our ways, you got him arrested." "I'm sorry," I whispered, tears streaming down my face now. "I didn't know. I didn't understand. Please, I'm so sorry." "Sorry isn't good enough," Byron said. "But my father, who leads our family, he's a merciful man. He said killing you would bring too much attention, too much trouble. He said there were better ways to teach you a lesson." He stepped closer, the gun now just inches from my face. I could see the bullets loaded in the cylinder, could smell gun oil and something else, something metallic and terrifying. "Run," he said softly. For a moment, I couldn't process what he'd said. Run? How could I run with a gun pointed at me? I said run. Byron roared, and the sound shattered something in me. I ran. I scrambled off the rock, my feet slipping on loose stones, and plunged into the forest. Branches tore at my face and clothes. My lungs burned as I gasped for air. Behind me, I could hear Byron's steady footsteps, not running, just walking with terrible purpose. He was hunting me, just like his nephew had hunted those deer. The forest seemed to close in around me, every tree a potential hiding place or a trap. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, skinning my palms on rough bark and sharp stones. I scrambled back to my feet, whimpering, and kept running. But where could I go? We were miles from the nearest road, miles from help, and Byron knew these woods. His family had been here for 300 years. This was their land, their hunting ground. A gunshot rang out, and I screamed. The bullet didn't hit me, but it splintered a tree trunk just to my right. He was toying with me. "You can't outrun this," Byron called from somewhere behind me. His voice was calm, almost amused. "You can't outrun history. You can't outrun blood." I veered left, then right, trying to be unpredictable. trying desperately to remember my training about evading predators. But Byron wasn't an animal acting on instinct. He was a man with a plan, with generations of hunting knowledge passed down through his family. Another gunshot. This one closer. I felt the air displacement as the bullet passed somewhere near my head. I crashed through a dense thicket, thorns ripping at my exposed skin, drawing blood. The metallic taste of fear filled my mouth. My legs were giving out. I couldn't keep running. I was going to die here, in these woods I'd thought I loved, and no one would find my body for days, maybe weeks, maybe never. I stumbled into a small clearing and fell to my knees, unable to run anymore. My vision swam with tears and exhaustion. I heard Byron's footsteps approaching, steady and unhurried. He emerged from the trees like a nightmare made flesh, the gun still in his hand, his expression almost sad. "You really thought you could get away?" he asked quietly. "In our woods? On our land? Please," I sobbed. "Please don't kill me. I won't say anything. I'll leave. I'll transfer schools. You'll never see me again. Please." Byron walked slowly toward me, each step deliberate. "Kneel," he commanded. My body obeyed before my mind could process the order. I sank onto my knees in the dirt and dead leaves, my hands clasped in front of me like I was praying. Maybe I was praying. Please God, I thought. Please God, please God, please God. "This is what we do to people like you," Byron said, his voice devoid of all emotion now. "People who think they can interfere with us. People who think the law protects them." I felt the cold metal of the gun barrel press against the back of my head, right at the base of my skull. Every nerve in my body fired at once. This was it. This was how I died. 20 years old, killed in the woods by a man whose name I didn't even know. I heard the hammer click back. Time seemed to stop. Every sense sharpened to a painful degree. I could smell the gun oil, the decomposing leaves beneath me, my own fierce sweat. I could feel the rough texture of the dirt under my knees, the way my wet jeans clung to my legs. I could hear a crow calling somewhere in the distance, oblivious to my terror. My mother's face flashed through my mind. Would she forgive me for being so stupid? Would my family understand how this happened? I heard Byron take a breath, felt him steady the gun. Then click. Just a click. No explosion, no bullet tearing through my brain, no darkness, just click. But my body didn't understand. My bladder released, hot urine soaking my jeans and pooling in the dirt beneath me. Every muscle seized, my lungs stopped working. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. Byron laughed. He laughed, long and loud and cruel, as I collapsed onto my side in the dirt, trembling uncontrollably. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly, couldn't do anything but lie there, curled into a tight ball, waiting for death. "It wasn't loaded," Byron said, his laughter subsiding into dark chuckles. "Well, it was. Just not that chamber. Had to pull the trigger 3 times before I got to a bullet." He walked around to where I could see him, crouched down beside my face. His expression was calm, almost friendly again, as if the last few minutes hadn't happened. "My father said I couldn't kill you," he explained conversationally. "Said it would bring too much heat. But he wanted to make sure you understood the message. Really understood it, deep in your bones where you'd never forget." I couldn't respond. My body had shut down, gone into some kind of shock. I could see and hear him, but I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Shallow breaths were all I could manage. "You report any more poaching in these woods?" Byron continued, standing up now. "Any more trapping, any more hunting, anything at all? And next time, all 6 chambers will be loaded. Next time, I'll pull that trigger until I'm out of bullets. Do you understand me?" I managed the tiniest nod. "Good girl," he said. And I heard his footsteps moving away, crunching through the leaves and undergrowth. "Oh, and don't bother trying to describe me to the police. Byron's not my real name. And there are a lot of men in these hills who look just like me. You'll never prove a thing." Then he was gone, swallowed by the forest that belonged to his family. I don't know how long I lay there. Hours, probably. The sun moved across the sky. the shadows lengthened, and still I couldn't move. My body had betrayed me, locked in some primitive survival mode that refused to acknowledge the danger had passed. Eventually, as twilight began to fall, some animal instinct kicked in. I couldn't stay here. Night was coming, and the temperature was dropping. If I stayed here, hypothermia would finish what Byron had started. I forced myself to sit up, then to stand. My legs shook so badly I could barely walk, but I managed to stumble back toward where I thought the main trail was. Everything looked different now, sinister and threatening. Every shadow could hide another member of Byron's family waiting to finish the job. It took me 3 hours to make it back to the parking lot. 3 hours of stumbling through darkening woods, jumping at every sound, convinced every moment that Byron would appear again, this time with all 6 chambers loaded. My car was the only one left in the lot. The ranger station was closed. I managed to unlock my car with shaking hands and just sat there for a long time, unable to make my hands turn the key in the ignition. When I finally started the engine, I had to pull over twice on the drive back to town because I was hyperventilating so badly I couldn't see the road. I went straight to the police station, filed a report with an officer who looked sympathetic but skeptical. They took my statement, sent officers out to search the area, put out what they called an APB for a man matching my description of Byron, but I could see in their eyes that they didn't expect to find anything. They were right. No one matching that description was found. No evidence of anyone being on that trail besides me. The officers told me they'd offered the arrested poacher Byron's nephew a reduced sentence if he'd give them names, tell them about any family members who might come after witnesses. He'd refused, said he didn't know what they were talking about. Vernon wasn't surprised when I called him that night to quit. He didn't try to talk me out of it, just said he understood and wished me well. His voice sounded tired, defeated. I wondered how many other guides had gotten similar warnings over the years. How many had quit without explanation? I spoke to Iris the next day, before I started packing to leave Georgia for good. She didn't say much, just hugged me tight and whispered, "I'm sorry. I should have warned you. But they warned me first, years ago. Told me what would happen if I talked." She'd been just like me once, young and idealistic, thinking she could make a difference, until someone from that family showed her otherwise. I transferred to a school in Michigan before the semester ended, moved back in with my parents. I told them I was homesick, that I missed seasons with real winters. I never told them what really happened. Never told anyone the full story until now. Sometimes I still have nightmares. I'm running through those woods, hearing Byron's footsteps behind me, feeling that gun pressed against my skull. I wake up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat, and for a moment I'm back there, 20 years old, and certain I'm about to die. It's been years now. I graduated, got a job working for the EPA in the Midwest. I've never been back to Georgia. I don't guide trails anymore. I can barely even go for a hike without my heart rate spiking, without that crawling sensation on the back of my neck that tells me I'm being watched. But I am alive. That family let me live, and that's more than I would have gotten if Byron's father had given different orders. More than I might get if I ever reported what happened, because they're still there, still hunting those woods their family has claimed for 300 years, still warning off anyone who threatens their way of life. And the law can't touch them, because who can you arrest when an entire family, an entire community closes ranks to protect its own? I tell myself I did the right thing, reporting that poacher, that protecting wildlife is important, that laws exist for a reason. But late at night, when the nightmares come, I wonder if it was worth it. If anything is worth having a gun pressed to your head while a man decides whether you're worth the bullet. I don't have an answer to that. Maybe there isn't one. All I know is that I survived. And in those woods in that family's territory, survival is the only victory that matters. My name is Dr. Fernando Castillo, and for 17 years I served with the National Parks Administration here in Argentina. During that time, I was stationed across our vast country, but the majority of my career was spent in a region known as Gran Chaco. The Chaco Plains, as some English speakers call them, stretch across several South American nations, a sprawling expanse of semi-arid lowlands that contains an extraordinary diversity of ecosystems. Within this single region, you can find everything from thorny scrublands and savannas to subtropical forests thick with humidity, palm groves that rustle in the hot wind, and wetlands that teem with life, both beautiful and dangerous. Gran Chaco is home to thousands of species found nowhere else on Earth. The forests there hold jaguars, tapirs, giant anteaters, and countless birds whose calls echo through the canopy at dawn and dusk. It is one of the most magnificent places I have ever known. But since the 1970s, this paradise has been under siege. Illegal logging operations have carved deep wounds into the forest, felling ancient trees for profit. Cattle ranchers, hungry for more grazing land, deliberately set fires that consume thousands upon thousands of hectares each year. In my final year of service alone, Gran Chaco lost an area of forest larger than some European countries. I witnessed the devastation firsthand, the blackened stumps where century-old trees once stood, the displaced wildlife wandering through ash-covered clearings, the streams choked with silt and debris. The greed of men had transformed sections of this wilderness into a wasteland. But as heartbreaking as that destruction was, I would come to learn that human greed had scarred Gran Chaco in ways far worse than environmental damage. I would discover that the forest held secrets that made illegal logging seem almost innocent by comparison. Of all the things I witnessed during my time in Gran Chaco, one discovery haunts me more than any other. It visits me in the quiet hours before dawn, when the world is still, and my mind cannot distract itself with the business of the day. It returns to me in nightmares that leave me gasping for breath, my sheets soaked with sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape my chest. This is the story of what I found in those woods during the late summer of 19. It was February when I set out that morning, and the heat was already oppressive by the time I left Puerto Esperanza. The sun bore down on the dirt road as I drove my all-terrain vehicle northward, following coordinates I had marked on my survey map the previous week. My mission was straightforward: travel approximately 20 miles north to inspect a section of forest that satellite imagery suggested might be intact, verify its condition, and document any signs of illegal logging activity. The journey took me across terrain that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The scrubland here was flat and desolate, broken only by the occasional twisted tree that had somehow found enough water to survive. The ground was hard-packed earth mixed with thorny brush that caught at my boots whenever I stopped to check my compass. The landscape shimmered in the heat, creating mirages that danced along the horizon. Several times I thought I saw water ahead, only to watch it dissolve into nothing as I approached. When I finally reached the forest edge, the relief was immediate. The temperature dropped noticeably as I entered the shade of the canopy. This section of Gran Chaco was dominated by algarrobo trees, their twisted trunks and spreading branches creating a dense overhead cover. Interspersed among them were pink trumpet trees, their bark smooth and their branches reaching upward like skeletal fingers. The algarrobo trees were particularly valuable to illegal loggers. Their wood was prized for furniture and flooring, which made them constant targets. That was precisely why I needed to verify this forest's condition. I killed the engine of my ATV and sat for a moment in the sudden quiet, listening to the sounds of the forest awakening around me. Birds called from hidden perches. Insects hummed in the undergrowth. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the distinctive howl of a monkey, probably a black howler, judging by the deep, guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through the trees themselves. I pulled out my notebook, checked my equipment, and began walking into the forest proper. The ground here was uneven, covered in fallen leaves, twisted roots and branches in various states of decay. There were no established trails, no clear paths worn by human feet. This was exactly what I wanted to see. Evidence that the forest remained largely undisturbed by loggers. My work required me to travel through such untouched areas regularly, documenting their condition and marking them on official maps so they could be properly protected. For the next hour, I moved through the forest methodically, pausing every few meters to make notes about the tree's condition, the density of the canopy, and any signs of human activity. I photographed several particularly impressive Algarobo specimens, their trunks so thick that 3 men standing with linked arms could not have encircled them. I marked waypoints on my map, creating a detailed record of the forest's layout and composition. Everything appeared to be in excellent condition. There were no fresh stumps, no tire tracks, no discarded equipment or trash that would indicate loggers had been working in the area. The forest was healthy and thriving, exactly as it should be. Satisfied with my survey, I began making my way back toward where I had left the ATV. The return journey was when it happened. Gran Chaco's forests are wild and untamed, lacking the convenience of maintained trails. Even experienced rangers like myself occasionally lose their footing among the maze of roots, rocks, and fallen timber that litter the forest floor. I had stumbled many times before. It was simply part of the job. Usually I would catch myself with an outstretched hand or at worst suffer a scraped palm or bruised knee. But this time was different. I had just hopped over a thick branch that had fallen across my path when my boot caught on something hidden in the knee-high grass beyond. I was completely off balance, my weight already committed to the jump. With no way to catch myself, I pitched forward, my arms windmilling uselessly as I fell face first toward the ground. The sound when I landed was wrong. It was not the soft thud of impacting dirt and vegetation. It was a sharp, brittle crunch, the sound of something breaking, splintering under my weight. The impact drove the air from my lungs and sent jolts of pain shooting through my forearms and elbows as I instinctively tried to break my fall. I lay there for several seconds, stunned and gasping for breath. My first concern was my own injuries. I pushed myself up carefully and examined my arms. The sleeves of my shirt were torn, and underneath I could see fresh scrapes oozing blood. My elbows throbbed, and I could already feel bruises forming, but nothing seemed seriously damaged. I had been fortunate. Only then did I look down to see what I had landed on. At first, my mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing. The objects beneath me were pale, almost white, scattered among the dark earth and green grass like fragments of driftwood. But they were too smooth to be wood, too deliberately shaped. As my vision cleared and my brain finally accepted the reality before me, the truth crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. Bones. I had landed on human bones. I scrambled backward, my boots digging into the soft earth as I pushed myself away from the remains. My hands were shaking. I could see them trembling in front of me as if they belonged to someone else. I crossed myself, whispering a prayer under my breath, an automatic response drilled into me since childhood. But the prayer did nothing to steady my nerves or slow my racing heart. The bones were scattered across an area about 2 meters in diameter. Many were partially buried, half swallowed by the earth and overgrown with moss and lichen. The grass had grown up through and around them, creating a grotesque natural display. I could see clearly now what I had landed on. A rib cage, its curved bones cracked where my weight had come down on them. Nearby lay an arm bone, and beyond that, partially hidden in the vegetation, I spotted the unmistakable curve of a human skull. Its empty eye sockets seemed to stare directly at me. I forced myself to breathe slowly, trying to calm the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. I had seen human remains before, twice in fact, during my years with the Parks Administration. Both times had been during official search operations, looking for missing persons who had wandered into the wilderness and never returned. Both times the bodies had been relatively fresh, identifiable and expected. This was entirely different. These bones were old, clearly having lain here for years. The skull was discolored, covered in patches of moss that grew in the empty sockets and nasal cavity. The jaw hung at an odd angle, some teeth missing, others blackened with age. Tatters of clothing still clung to some of the bones. I could see what looked like the rotted remains of a shirt or jacket, and near the feet, a boot, its leather cracked and worn, had somehow survived the years of exposure to the elements. I stood on shaking legs and began to carefully flatten the grass around the skeleton, trying to see its full extent. As I worked, moving slowly and methodically to avoid disturbing the remains further, I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. How had this person died out here? Had they been lost, like the others I had helped search for? Had they suffered some accident or medical emergency that left them unable to call for help? Then my boot came down on something hard. I lifted my foot slowly, already knowing, already dreading what I would find. More bones protruded from the earth where I had stepped. Another skeleton. This one lying just 3 meters from the first. My stomach twisted into a knot so tight I thought I might vomit. 2 sets of remains, both in advanced states of decomposition, both lying within meters of each other in the middle of an isolated forest. The fear that gripped me then was primal and overwhelming. My hands would not stop shaking. My mouth had gone completely dry. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to flee this place as fast as my legs could carry me. Whatever had killed these people might still be here. I imagined unseen eyes watching me from the shadows between the trees, waiting for the right moment to strike. But I could not run. Not yet. I needed to understand what I was looking at. I began walking in a slow circle around the 2 skeletons, my eyes scanning the ground carefully with each step. The forest floor here was relatively flat, covered in the same knee-high grass and scattered debris as everywhere else in Gran Chaco. But as I walked, as I looked more carefully, I began to see them everywhere. A 3rd skeleton lay 5 meters to my left. This one almost completely buried, with only the dome of a skull visible above the grass and dirt. A 4th was 7 meters ahead, sprawled in an unnatural position, limbs scattered as if the body had been torn apart. A 5th, a 6th, a 7th. They were everywhere. But in every direction I looked, I found more remains. Some were relatively intact, lying in positions that suggested they had simply fallen and never risen. Others were scattered across wide areas, bones separated and strewn about as if by animals or the simple passage of time. Skulls stared up at me from their earthen graves. Hands reached toward the sky, frozen in final gestures of desperation or prayer. The realization of what I was standing in the middle of hit me like a hammer blow. This was not an isolated tragedy. This was not 2 or 3 unfortunate souls who had somehow met their end in the same location. This was a massacre, a killing field, a cemetery without markers, without prayers, without anyone to remember the dead. I counted at least 15 distinct sets of remains within a 100-meter radius, and I knew there must be more hidden deeper in the undergrowth, beneath the accumulated layers of leaves and soil, waiting to be discovered. Some of the skeletons had remnants of modern clothing still clinging to them, sneakers with rubber soles that had resisted decay, belt buckles corroded green with age, the rusted zipper of a jacket lying next to a collection of ribs. These were not ancient remains. These people had died in living memory, probably within the last few decades. They had been wearing modern shoes, modern clothes. They had been alive when I was alive, breathing the same air, living in the same world. And now they were here, abandoned and forgotten, left to rot in the wilderness like they had never existed at all. My hands clutched at the notebook I carried, my knuckles white from the force of my grip. The terror I felt was beyond anything I had experienced before. It crawled up my spine like insects, made my skin prickle with cold despite the humid heat of the forest. I wanted to scream, to break the oppressive silence that seemed to press down on me from all sides, but I could not make a sound beyond my own ragged breathing. I had to leave. I had to get out of this place immediately, before whatever evil had been done here could claim me too. But I forced myself to move carefully, to watch each step, terrified of disturbing more remains. The last thing I wanted was to step on another skull, to hear that horrible crunch again, to look down and see more empty eye sockets staring up at me accusingly. The walk back to my ATV felt like it took hours, though it could only have been minutes. Every shadow seemed to hide something sinister. Every crack of a branch made me flinch and spin around, expecting to see someone or something approaching from behind. The birds had gone quiet. The monkey calls had ceased. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent, as if the entire forest was holding itself in stillness, waiting to see what would happen next. When I finally reached the ATV, I climbed on with trembling hands and fumbled with the ignition. The engine roared to life, sounding impossibly loud in the quiet forest, and I did not waste a second before turning the vehicle around and accelerating back toward Puerto Esperanza. I drove recklessly, faster than was safe on the rough terrain, branches whipping past my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I did not care. All that mattered was putting distance between myself and that terrible place. The image of those skeletons was burned into my mind. I could still see them when I blinked, the scattered bones, the empty skulls, the rotted remnants of clothing that proved these had been real people with real lives. The sheer number of them overwhelmed me. 15, maybe 20, possibly more. How many families had grieved for these missing people? How many mothers had waited for children who would never come home? How many questions had gone unanswered for years? By the time I reached Puerto Esperanza, the sun was beginning to set. The town was small, home to perhaps 2,000 people, built around the intersection of two dirt roads that ran through Gran Chaco. Our Parks Administration station was located on the northern edge of town, a modest building that served as headquarters for our regional operations. I parked the ATV outside and stumbled into the office, my clothes torn and dirty, my arms still bleeding from the fall, my face probably white as a sheet. The station chief, a man named Gustavo Hernandez, who had worked for the administration even longer than I had, looked up from his desk with immediate concern. "Fernando, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." His words struck me as darkly appropriate. In a way, I had seen ghosts, or at least the remains they left behind. I told him everything. The survey of the forest, the fall, the bones, the horrifying discovery that they were not alone but surrounded by more remains. I described the scene in as much detail as I could manage, though my voice shook throughout the entire account. Gustavo listened in growing horror, his expression transforming from concern to shock to grim determination. When I finished, he stood up immediately. "Show me." "What?" "I need to see this for myself, Fernando. If what you're describing is real, and I believe you, then we have a responsibility to report it properly. We need to document the location, the number of remains if possible, any identifying details. The authorities will need all of that information." I did not want to go back. The thought of returning to that forest, to that killing field, filled me with dread so intense I felt physically ill. But Gustavo was right. This was our duty. Those people deserved to be found, to be identified, to be returned to their families if possible. They deserved better than to lie forgotten in the wilderness forever. We drove back in Gustavo's vehicle, arriving at the forest as twilight was giving way to true darkness. I led him to the site, moving more confidently now that I knew what to expect, but still feeling that same cold fear settling over me as we approached. Gustavo brought a powerful flashlight, and we used it to examine the scene. His reaction mirrored my own: shock, horror, and a deep sadness that seemed to settle over both of us like a heavy blanket. We moved carefully through the area, counting what we could see, taking notes, marking the approximate locations on a map. By the time we finished our preliminary survey, we had identified at least 22 distinct sets of remains. Before we left, Gustavo suggested we pray. We stood there in the darkness, surrounded by the dead, and recited a prayer for their souls. I am not an especially religious man, but in that moment, it felt necessary and right. These people had died alone, afraid, forgotten. The least we could do was acknowledge their existence, their humanity, before leaving them once more to the forest. After that night, the investigation passed into the hands of the federal police, Argentina's equivalent to what Americans call the FBI. In coordination with our Parks Administration, they launched a full forensic examination of the site. It took weeks to carefully excavate and recover all the remains. In the end, they found 28 complete or partial skeletons scattered across that section of forest. What they discovered about how those people died still haunts me. From roughly 1975 to 1983, The Argentine government participated in a coordinated program with several other South American nations called Operation Condor. The official purpose was to combat communism and left-wing movements in the region. The reality was far darker. Security services across the continent engaged in widespread kidnapping, torture, and murder of anyone deemed politically undesirable. Activists, students, union organizers, journalists, teachers, even some who had done nothing more than attend a protest or sign a petition. Among the tactics employed by Argentine security forces was something they called Los Vuelos de la Muerte, the death flights. Prisoners would be loaded onto military aircraft or helicopters, flown out over remote areas like Gran Chaco, and then thrown alive from the aircraft to fall to their deaths. It was a systematic program of murder disguised as disappearances. Thousands of people died this way. Their bodies were never meant to be found, their fates never meant to be discovered. But time and chance have a way of revealing even the most carefully hidden secrets. Those people I found had been thrown from an aircraft sometime in the early 1980s. Based on the dating of the remains and the items found with them, they fell from the sky, alone and terrified, and died on impact in that isolated forest. For years, their families had no idea what happened to them, where they had gone, whether they were alive or dead. The federal police were able to identify some of the remains through dental records and personal effects. Families were notified. Some of the dead were finally returned home for proper burial. It was small comfort, I suppose, but at least those families finally had answers, finally had closure after decades of not knowing. As for me, I continued working for the Parks Administration for several more months before finally retiring. I had given 17 years to protecting Gran Chaco's forests and wildlife, and I was proud of that work. But after that day, something changed for me. The forest no longer felt like the sanctuary it once had. Every time I walked among the trees, I wondered what other secrets they held, what other horrors might be hidden beneath the leaf litter and undergrowth. Even now, years later, the nightmares come. I dream of falling through darkness, wind rushing past me, the ground approaching impossibly fast. I dream of empty eye sockets staring up at me from beneath the grass. I dream of voices calling out in the darkness, voices that belong to the dead, voices asking why they were forgotten, why they were left to rot alone in the wilderness. I helped bring some of those lost souls home. I helped give their families the closure they desperately needed, and for that I am grateful. But the price was high. The images I saw that day in Gran Chaco are etched into my memory forever. The terror I felt standing in that killing field, surrounded by the evidence of systematic murder, wondering if I would be next, is something I will carry with me until my own death. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I wonder how many more remain unfound. How many other forests hide similar secrets? How many other families still wait for answers that may never come? These questions haunt me more than any nightmare ever could. God rest their souls, all of them. My name is Thomas Garcia, and I am 76 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me in 2015, when I was 67. I've kept this story to myself for years, but now, as I feel the weight of time pressing down on me, I realize it needs to be told. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. All I can say is that every word is true as the scars on my body and the nightmares that still wake me in the dead of night. I was a Navy SEAL, stationed in Coronado, California. We were the best of the best, trained to handle anything the world could throw at us, or so we thought. Nothing could have prepared us for what we encountered in the Nevada desert. Nothing. It was a sweltering July morning when Captain Jonas Frost called us into the briefing room. Jonas was a legend among SEALs, cool under pressure, sharp as a tack, and built like a brick wall. His steel gray eyes scanned the room as we filed in, taking in each of us with a nod. "All right, gentlemen," he began, his voice gruff from years of barking orders and inhaling sand in far-flung war zones. "We've got a situation." The room fell silent. When Jonas said we had a situation, it usually meant things were about to get interesting. We've received intel about a suspected terrorist cell operating out of an abandoned military base in Nevada, he continued, pulling up a satellite image on the screen behind him. Near Area 51, a few chuckles rippled through the room. Area 51 was the stuff of conspiracy theories and bad sci-fi movies. But one look at Jonas's face told us this was no joke. Yeah, I know how it sounds, he said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But we've got our orders. We go in, we neutralize any hostiles, we gather intel, and we get out. Simple as that. Simple, right. Nothing was ever simple in our line of work. Jonas pointed to each of us in turn. Garcia, Beltran, Heller, Kent, you're with me on this one. We move out at 0500 tomorrow. Any questions? We all shook our heads. We'd been through countless missions together, and we trusted Jonas with our lives. Little did we know that this trust would be put to the ultimate test in the days to come. As we filed out of the briefing room, I caught up with Joe Axel Beltran. Axel was built like a tank, with biceps the size of my head and a chest like a barrel. But despite his intimidating appearance, he was one of the kindest men I'd ever met. What do you make of this, Thomas? He asked, his brow furrowed. I shrugged. Sounds like a wild goose chase to me. But orders are orders, right? Axel nodded, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. It was the same doubt I felt gnawing at the pit of my stomach. Marcus Doc Heller joined us, adjusting his glasses. Doc was our medic, a brilliant guy with steady hands and a calm demeanor that had saved our asses more times than I could count. You guys getting weird vibes from this mission too? He asked in a low voice. I nodded. Something doesn't feel right. Come on, you two, Ethan Ghost Kent chimed in, seeming to materialize out of nowhere. Ghost was our sniper, silent as a shadow and twice as deadly. It's just another day at the office. We go in, we do our job, we come home. Simple as that. If only it had been that simple. We took off at dawn the next day, the chopper blade slicing through the cool morning air. As we flew over the Nevada desert, I watched the landscape change beneath us. Lush coastal vegetation gave way to barren stretches of sand and rock, broken only by the occasional scrub brush or lonely cactus. The sun climbed higher in the sky, turning the air into a shimmering haze. By the time we touched down, several miles from our target, the heat was already oppressive. We disembarked quickly, our boots kicking up small clouds of dust as we hit the ground. Jonas gathered us around, his voice low but clear over the fading sound of the helicopter rotors. All right, listen up. We've got a 5-mile hike ahead of us. Keep your eyes open and stay alert. This may be the middle of nowhere, but that doesn't mean we're alone out here. We nodded, checking our gear one last time before setting out. The weight of our packs and body armor felt heavier than usual in the desert heat. Sweat began to bead on my forehead almost immediately, and I could feel it trickling down my back. As we marched, the silence of the desert pressed in around us. There was no birdsong, no rustle of wind through leaves, just the crunch of our boots on the rocky ground and our own measured breathing. It was as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Axel fell into step beside me, his massive frame casting a shadow that provided momentary relief from the sun. You ever been out this way before, Thomas? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head. Nah, closest I've been is Vegas, and that was a whole different kind of desert. Axel chuckled softly. Yeah, I bet. This place, it's something else, like being on another planet. He wasn't wrong. The landscape around us was alien and forbidding. Jagged rock formations jutted up from the earth like the broken teeth of some giant prehistoric beast. In the distance, heat mirages shimmered, creating the illusion of water where there was only more sand and stone. We walked for hours, the sun climbing higher in the sky until it felt like we were walking on the surface of the sun itself. My throat was parched, my skin felt tight and hot, and every step was an effort of will. But we pressed on, driven by our training and the knowledge that our mission could mean the difference between life and death for countless innocent people. As we crested a small rise, Jonas held up a fist, the signal to stop. We dropped to our knees, scanning the horizon. In the distance, barely visible through the heat haze, was a squat gray building, our target. "There it is," Jonas murmured, pulling out his binoculars. "Doesn't look like much, does it?" Ghost, who had been silent for most of the journey, spoke up. "Looks can be deceiving, Cap. You know that better than anyone." Jonas nodded, a grim smile on his face. "That I do, Kent. That I do." He turned to face us, his expression serious. "All right. We'll approach from the east. Use what cover we can. Keep your eyes open for any sign of movement or surveillance. Questions?" We shook our heads. We'd been through this drill 100 times before. But as we started moving again, I couldn't shake the feeling that this time was different. This time, we were walking into something we couldn't possibly understand. Little did I know how right I was. As we drew closer to the base, the sense of wrongness grew stronger. The building was a relic from another era, its concrete walls weathered and cracked, windows long since shattered. Sand had piled up against one side, as if the desert itself was trying to reclaim this intrusion into its domain. We approached cautiously, using what little cover the barren landscape provided. Ghost took point, his keen eyes scanning for any sign of movement or danger. The rest of us followed in a loose formation, weapons at the ready. When we reached the perimeter fence, we found it rusted and sagging, with large gaps that we could easily slip through. It was as if whoever had once guarded this place had simply walked away, leaving it to the mercy of the elements. "I don't like this," Axel muttered as we made our way towards the main entrance. "Where are the terrorists? Where's anybody?" Doc nodded in agreement. "It's too quiet, even for the desert." Jonas held up a hand, signaling for silence. We froze, listening intently. For a moment, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart and the soft whisper of sand shifting in the breeze. Then faintly, I heard something else, a low hum, barely audible, coming from somewhere inside the building. "You hear that?" I whispered. Jonas nodded, his face grim. "All right, we go in quiet. Standard sweep pattern. Watch each other's backs." We moved forward, our boots crunching softly on the sand-covered concrete. The main entrance was a pair of heavy metal doors, one hanging askew on its hinges. As we approached, I noticed strange markings etched into the metal, symbols I didn't recognize, curved lines and angular shapes that seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Cap," I said, gesturing towards the markings. "You ever seen anything like this before?" Jonas studied the door for a moment, his brow furrowed. "Can't say that I have, Garcia. Some kind of code, maybe?" Doc leaned in for a closer look, adjusting his glasses. "These don't look like any language I've ever seen. And look at the way the metal's warped around them. It's like they were burned into the door somehow." "We can play archaeologist later," Ghost cut in, his voice tense. "Right now, we need to focus on the mission." Jonas nodded. "Ghost is right. We'll document everything once we've secured the area. Axel, you're on point. Let's move." Axel stepped forward, easing the door open with a soft groan of protesting metal. The sound seemed to echo in the stillness, and we all winced. But there was no response from inside, no sudden flurry of movement or shouts of alarm. We entered the building in a tight formation, our night vision goggles allowing us to see in the gloom. The interior was a mess of fallen ceiling tiles, broken furniture, and layers of dust. But beneath the decay, I could see signs of the building's former purpose. Banks of computers lined the walls, their screens dark and cracked. Strange machines, their purpose unclear, stood silent sentinel in the corners. The low hum we'd heard outside was louder now, a constant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It set my teeth on edge and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We moved deeper into the complex, checking rooms as we went. Most were empty, filled with nothing but dust and shadows. But as we progressed, we began to notice other things. Odd scratches on the walls, too deep and regular to be random. Patches of discoloration on the floor, dark stains that our imaginations filled in with grim possibilities, and always that incessant hum, growing louder with each step we took. It was in a room near the center of the complex that we found the first body. It was slumped in a corner, wearing the tattered remains of what might once have been a lab coat. As Doc knelt to examine it, I swept my rifle across the room, half expecting to see the killer lurking in the shadows. "What do we got, Doc?" Jonas asked, his voice low. Doc looked up, his face pale beneath his goggles. I'm not sure, Cap. This body, it's wrong." "Wrong how?" Axel asked, moving closer. "The proportions are off. The limbs are too long. The skull is misshapen. And the skin?" Doc swallowed hard. "It's not decomposing normally. It's like it's changing somehow." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool air of the underground complex. What the hell had we stumbled into? Before anyone could respond, a scream echoed through the corridors, a sound of pure terror that cut off abruptly, leaving only the endless hum in its wake. We looked at each other, our faces mirrors of shock and fear. Then, without a word, we moved towards the source of the scream, our training taking over despite the growing dread in our hearts. Whatever was waiting for us in the depths of this forsaken place, we would face it together. We were SEALs, the best of the best. We could handle anything. Or so we thought. The scream had come from somewhere deeper in the complex, beyond a set of heavy blast doors that looked out of place in the dilapidated surroundings. Unlike the rest of the base, these doors were pristine, their metal surface unmarred by rust or dust. The same strange symbols we'd seen on the entrance were etched into these doors as well, seeming to pulse with an inner light. "What the hell is this place?" Axel muttered, his normally confident voice tinged with unease. Jonas studied the doors for a moment, his face unreadable behind his night vision goggles. "I don't know," he admitted, "but our job is to find out. Ghost, see if you can get these doors open." Ghost nodded and moved forward, examining the control panel next to the doors. After a few moments of tinkering, he shook his head. "No good, Cap. This system's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's not responding to any of my usual tricks." "Stand back," Axel said, reaching for his pack. "I'll blow it." But before he could retrieve his explosives, the door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a long corridor beyond. The hum that had been our constant companion since entering the base grew louder, taking on a pulsing quality that made my head throb. We exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between us. Something was very wrong here, but we had a job to do. With a nod from Jonas, we moved forward into the corridor. The air grew colder as we descended, our breath forming small clouds in front of our faces. The walls here were different, smooth and slightly reflective, made of some material I couldn't identify. Our footsteps echoed strangely, as if the corridor was much larger than it appeared. We had gone perhaps 100 yards when Ghost, who was on point, suddenly stopped. "Cap," he said, his voice tight with tension, "you need to see this." We moved up to join him, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. The corridor opened up into a vast chamber, easily the size of a football field, but it was what filled that chamber that made my blood run cold. Rows upon rows of glass tubes lined the walls, each filled with a cloudy liquid, and floating in each tube was something. They might have once been human, but now they were twisted, changed, limbs elongated to impossible lengths, skin translucent and shot through with pulsing veins, heads swollen and misshapen. "My God," Doc whispered, his face pale. "What is this place?" Before anyone could answer, a voice spoke from the shadows. "Welcome, gentlemen. We've been expecting you." We spun as one, weapons raised, to face the source of the voice. A figure stepped into the light, tall and thin, with long spindly arms and a head that seemed too large for its body. Its skin was pale and slightly translucent, like the beings in the tubes, and its eyes were black pits that seemed to draw in the light around them. "Who are you?" Jonas demanded, his rifle trained on the figure's chest. "What is this place?" The figure smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Who we are is not important. What is important is what we represent. The future, gentlemen. The next step in human evolution. Evolution? Axel spat. This looks more like a nightmare to me. The figure's smile widened. Ah, but nightmares are just the mind's way of preparing for possibilities it cannot yet comprehend. And you, my friends, are about to comprehend a great deal. It raised a hand, and suddenly the air was filled with a high-pitched whine that cut through my skull like a knife. I stumbled, my vision blurring, and I could hear the others crying out in pain around me. Through the haze of agony, I saw more figures emerging from the shadows, moving with an unnatural grace. They surrounded us, their black eyes gleaming with an intelligence that was decidedly inhuman. "Don't fight it," the first figure said, its voice somehow cutting through the noise in my head. "Embrace the change, become part of something greater than yourselves." I felt hands on my arms, cold and strong, pulling me towards one of the empty tubes. Through the pain and confusion, I heard Jonas's voice, shouting orders, trying to rally us. "Fight, damn it, we're SEALs. We don't go down like this." His words cut through the fog in my mind, and I lashed out, breaking free from the grip of the creatures. I saw Axel nearby, his massive frame swinging wildly, sending two of the beings flying. Doc was on his knees, hands pressed to his ears, but at Jonas's words, he too began to struggle. Ghost was nowhere to be seen. The battle that followed was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Our weapons seemed to have little effect on the creatures, but our hand-to-hand training proved useful. We fought with everything we had, driven by desperation and the primal need to survive. But we were outnumbered, and these beings were stronger and faster than any human. One by one, my team began to fall. I saw Doc go down, overwhelmed by a group of the creatures that dragged him towards the tubes. Axel lasted longer, his incredible strength keeping him in the fight. But eventually, even he was subdued. I found myself back to back with Jonas, the two of us surrounded by a ring of the pale, inhuman figures. The leader watched from a distance, that terrible smile still on its face. "It's been a long time since we've had such entertaining specimens," it said. "Your resistance is admirable but futile. Why not join us willingly? The process is much less on—" "Go to hell," Jonas spat, his voice ragged with exertion. The creature's smile widened. "Oh, my dear Captain, we're already there." It raised its hand again, and the pain in my head intensified. I felt my knees buckle, and beside me Jonas let out a strangled cry. As my vision began to fade, I saw Ghost emerge from the shadows behind the leader, a strange device in his hands. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality itself tearing apart, and then darkness. I woke up in a military hospital, my body aching and my mind reeling with fragmented memories of what had happened. Jonas was in the bed next to mine, his face pale and drawn. Of Axel and Doc, there was no sign. The official story was that we had stumbled upon a terrorist cell experimenting with chemical weapons. The base had been destroyed in an explosion, presumably triggered by the terrorists when they realized they had been discovered. Ghost was listed as killed in action, but Jonas and I knew the truth. We had seen things that defied explanation, horrors that haunted our dreams and made us question everything we thought we knew about the world. In the days and weeks that followed, we were debriefed countless times. Men in suits who never gave their names asked us the same questions over and over, probing for inconsistencies in our story. We stuck to the official version, knowing that the truth would sound too unbelievable. But late at night, when the hospital was quiet, Jonas and I would talk in whispers about what we had really seen, about the creatures that looked almost human but weren't, about the tubes filled with twisted, changing bodies, about the leader with its shark-like smile and eyes like black holes. And we would wonder about Ghost. Had he somehow escaped? Was the flash of light we saw some kind of weapon that destroyed the facility? Or had he been working for someone else all along, sent to make sure that whatever was in that base never saw the light of day? We never got answers to these questions. A month after the incident, Jonas disappeared. One day he was there, sitting in his hospital bed making plans for his recovery, and the next he was gone. No explanation, no trace left behind. It was as if he had never existed. I was discharged soon after, with a commendation for bravery and a not-so-subtle suggestion that I retire. I took the hint, walking away from the only life I had ever known. For years I tried to forget what had happened in that desert. I moved to a small town, took up fishing, did my best to live a normal life, but the memories never faded. The nightmares never stopped. Sometimes, I think I see them. A tall, thin figure at the edge of the crowd. A pair of two dark eyes watching me from across the street. A smile that's just a little too wide, with teeth that are just a little too sharp. And always, in the back of my mind, there's that hum, that low pulsing sound that I heard in the bass. It's as if it's calling to me, trying to pull me back to that place of horror and transformation. I don't know if what we saw that day was real, or if it was some kind of mass hallucination brought on by experimental weapons or desert-induced madness. Part of me hopes it wasn't real, that it was all just a terrible dream, but a larger part of me knows the truth. Knows that out there, in the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert, something waits. Something that isn't human, that perhaps never was human. Something that sees us not as enemies to be defeated, but as raw material to be reshaped. And I know that one day it will come for me. One day the hum in my head will grow too loud to ignore, and I'll find myself drawn back to that place, back to the tubes and the pain, and the promise of becoming something both more and less than human. Until then, I'll keep telling my story. Not because I expect anyone to believe it, but because someone needs to know. Someone needs to be ready. Because if there's one thing I learned in that godforsaken base, it's this. The future is coming, whether we're ready for it or not, and it has teeth. My name is Ronald Hall, and I am 81 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me in 2017, right here in Pine Ridge, Alabama. I've been a cop in this town for about 10 years now. You know the type, small-town cop, knows everyone, everyone knows me. Married with 2 kids, a mortgage that feels like it's hanging over my head every month, and a car that's always in need of repairs. I guess you could say I'm living the dream. Pine Ridge is one of those places that time seems to have forgotten. We're not on any major highways, and the closest city is a good 2-hour drive away. The town's main street looks like it could be a set from a 1950s movie, complete with a soda fountain at the local drugstore. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, and gossip spreads faster than wildfire. I've seen my fair share of trouble in my years on the force, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that summer. It all started on a Friday evening in late June. The air was thick with humidity, and the cicadas were singing their endless summer song. My partner Tony Hargrove and I were wrapping up what had been a quiet shift. Tony's a funny guy, always has a joke ready, and that day was no different. He was rambling on about his latest DIY disaster involving a squirrel, a ladder, and a broken gutter. I laughed so hard, I almost spilled my coffee. "Man, I swear," Tony said, shaking his head as we cruised down Main Street. "Next time I'm hiring someone." That squirrel looked at me like I was the idiot. I chuckled, wiping tears of laughter from my eyes. "Maybe you should stick to police work, Tony. Leave the home repairs to the professionals." We were heading towards the outskirts of town, where the neatly kept lawns give way to dense woods. Pine Ridge sits right at the edge of a vast forest, and sometimes it feels like the trees are trying to reclaim the town, inch by inch. As we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods seemed darker than usual, the shadows deeper. "You ever get the feeling that something's watching you from those trees?" I asked Tony, only half joking. He glanced at me, his usual grin fading slightly. "Don't tell me you're getting spooked in your old age, Ron. It's just trees." I was about to retort when the radio crackled to life. "All units, we have a report of a missing person. Teenager, female, last seen leaving Pine Ridge High School." Tony and I exchanged glances. Missing persons weren't common in Pine Ridge. Sure, we'd had our share of kids staying out past curfew or running away for a day or two, but a genuine disappearance, that was rare. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17, I responded. "We're on our way. Can you give us more details?" The dispatcher's voice came back, tight with tension. "Missing girl is Amelia Sutton, age 17. Last seen leaving debate club practice at approximately 5:30 am. Mother reported her missing when she didn't return home by 7 p.m. I felt a chill run down my spine. Amelia Sutton was a name I knew well. She was the daughter of the town's mayor, a bright kid with a promising future, straight-A student, head of the debate team, volunteered at the local animal shelter, not the type to just disappear. "We're on it," I told the dispatcher, flipping on our siren as Tony accelerated. As we sped towards the Sutton residence, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was going to be more than just a routine missing persons case. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the road, and I found myself watching the tree line, half expecting to see something emerge from the darkness. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare that would shake Pine Ridge to its very core. We arrived at the Sutton house just as full darkness was settling over Pine Ridge. It was one of those big old southern homes, all white columns and wraparound porches. Usually it looked warm and inviting, but tonight, with all the lights blazing and police cars in the driveway, it had an almost ominous air. Mayor Richard Sutton met us at the door, his normally confident demeanor replaced by barely contained panic. "Run, Tony," he said, his voice strained. "Thank God you're here. Please, you have to find her." We followed him into the living room, where his wife Margaret sat on the couch, clutching a tissue and staring blankly at a school photo of Amelia. She looked up as we entered, her eyes red and puffy from crying. "She never does this," Margaret kept saying, her voice barely above a whisper. "Amelia always calls if she's going to be late. Always." Tony took the lead, asking all the standard questions. Last seen, friends she might be with. Anything unusual in her behavior lately? The Suttons answered as best they could, but it was clear they were in shock. "May I take a look around?" I asked. Richard nodded, gesturing vaguely towards the stairs. I made my way up to Amelia's room, my eyes scanning for anything out of place. It was a tidy space, walls covered with debate trophies and honor roll certificates. A stack of college brochures sat on the desk, next to a laptop. Something caught my eye, a framed photo on the nightstand. It showed Amelia with a group of friends, all smiling at the camera, but there was something off about the picture. In the background, barely visible, was a figure standing at the edge of the woods. It was blurry, but I could make out unnaturally long limbs and what looked like glowing eyes. I picked up the frame, a chill running down my spine. Was this some kind of prank, a trick of the light, or something more sinister? Back downstairs, I pulled Tony aside. "We need to check the school," I said quietly. "Something's not right here." We left a couple of officers with the Suttons and headed to Pine Ridge High. The school was dark and silent, looking more like a mausoleum than a place of learning. We talked to the night janitor, who let us in. The halls echoed with our footsteps as we made our way to the debate club room. Everything seemed normal, chairs stacked neatly, whiteboard erased clean, but then I noticed something under one of the desks. It was a charm bracelet, one I recognized from the photo in Amelia's room, and next to it, barely visible on the linoleum floor, was a single long black hair, much too long to be human. "Tony," I called, my voice sounding strange in the empty room. "Take a look at this." He crouched down next to me, his flashlight illuminating the strange hair. "What the hell is that?" he muttered. Before I could answer, we heard a sound from the hallway, a soft shuffling noise, like something large dragging itself across the floor. We both froze, listening intently. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by a low guttural growl. Tony and I drew our weapons, moving silently towards the door. The hallway was dark, our flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. The shuffling had stopped, but I could feel a presence, something watching us from the shadows. Suddenly, a figure darted across the far end of the hallway. Tall, impossibly thin, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Our flashlights caught it for just a second, illuminating pale, almost translucent skin and eyes that glowed an eerie yellow in the beam. "Police! Stop!" Tony shouted, but the figure was already gone, disappearing around a corner. We gave chase, our hearts pounding. But when we rounded the corner, the hallway was empty. No doors, no windows, nowhere for anyone or anything to hide. "What the hell was that?" Tony gasped, his usual joking manner completely gone. I shook my head, trying to process what I'd seen. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I think we just got our first clue about what happened to Amelia." As we left the school, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods seemed to press in around us, the trees whispering secrets in the night breeze. Whatever had taken Amelia, it wasn't human, and I had a sinking feeling that we were in way over our heads. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a terror that would grip Pine Ridge, testing not just our skills as police officers, but our very understanding of reality itself. The next few days were a blur of activity. We set up a command center at the station, coordinating search parties and following up on every lead no matter how small. The whole town was on edge, and volunteers poured in to help with the search. But as the days stretched on with no sign of Amelia, hope began to fade. The woods around Pine Ridge seemed to swallow up every clue, every trail. It was like she had vanished into thin air. I couldn't shake the memory of what we'd seen at the school. That thing, whatever it was, haunted my dreams. I found myself poring over old case files, looking for anything similar, any hint of what we might be dealing with. It was on the fourth day of the search that we got our first real break. A local hunter, Jim Cook, came into the station looking pale and shaken. "I saw something out there," he said, his voice trembling. "In the old Barkley Caves. Something not right." The Barkley Caves were an old limestone formation deep in the woods, about 5 miles from town. They'd been a popular spot for teenagers to explore, until a few years back when one of the caves collapsed. The area had been declared off-limits, but that didn't always stop thrill seekers. "What did you see, Jim?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He shook his head as if trying to clear a bad memory. "I was tracking a deer," he said. "Led me near the caves. That's when I heard it. This sound, like singing, but not like any voice I've ever heard. It was beautiful, but wrong somehow. I felt a chill run down my spine. Did you see anything?" Jim nodded slowly. "Just for a second. There was something moving in the cave entrance. Tall, thin. I thought it was a person at first, but the way it moved, no person moves like that. And its eyes," he trailed off, shuddering. I exchanged a glance with Tony. This matched what we'd seen at the school. "Did you see anyone else?" I asked. "Any sign of Amelia?" Jim shook his head. "No, but..." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a torn piece of fabric. "I found this caught on a branch near the caves." My heart jumped into my throat. The fabric was from a Pine Ridge High School debate team jacket. Within the hour, we had a team assembled and were heading into the woods. The Barkley Caves were deep in the forest, far from any trails. As we hiked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods seemed unnaturally quiet. No birds singing, no small animals scurrying through the underbrush. We reached the caves just as the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The entrance loomed before us, a dark maw in the limestone cliff face. The air around it felt colder, and there was a faint, sweet smell that I couldn't quite place. "All right, listen up," I said to the team. "We go in pairs. No one goes off alone. Keep your radios on at all times. If you see anything, and I mean anything, unusual, you call it in immediately. Got it?" Everyone nodded, their faces grim. We'd all heard Jim's story, and there was a tension in the air, a sense that we were about to face something beyond our normal experience. Tony and I took the lead, our flashlights cutting through the darkness of the cave. The sweet smell grew stronger as we moved deeper, mixed now with the musty scent of damp stone and something else, something rotten. We'd been searching for about an hour when one of the other teams radioed in. "We found something," Officer Johnson's voice crackled over the radio. "You need to see this." We made our way to their location, deep in the cave system. As we rounded a corner, I saw Johnson and his partner standing in front of a small alcove, their flashlights illuminating something on the cave wall. My breath caught in my throat. The wall was covered in drawings, crude but unmistakable. They showed tall, thin figures with glowing eyes, surrounded by smaller figures that could only be humans. And in the center of it all was a larger drawing, a creature that looked like a cross between a man and a spider, with too many limbs and a head that was all teeth and eyes. "What the hell is this?" Tony whispered, his voice echoing in the cave. Before anyone could answer, we heard it, a sound drifting through the caves, ethereal and haunting. It was like Jim had described, singing, but like no human voice I'd ever heard. It was beautiful and terrible all at once, and I felt an overwhelming urge to follow it, to find its source. "Run," Tony said, shaking my arm. "Run. Snap out of it." I blinked, realizing I'd taken several steps towards the sound without even being aware of it. The others looked equally dazed. "We need to get out of here," I said, fighting against the pull of that otherworldly music. Now, as we retreated from the cave, the singing grew louder, more insistent. I could have sworn I heard words in it now, promises of beauty and knowledge beyond human understanding. It took every ounce of willpower I had not to turn back. We burst out of the cave into the cool night air, gasping and disoriented. As I turned to do a head count, my blood ran cold. We were one person short. "Where's Johnson?" I asked, my voice tight with fear. A scream echoed from the cave, abruptly cut short. Then silence, broken only by the normal sounds of the forest at night. We searched for hours, but there was no sign of Johnson. It was as if the cave had swallowed him whole. As we made our way back to town, defeated and shaken, I knew we were dealing with something far beyond our understanding. Whatever had taken Amelia, whatever was lurking in those caves, it wasn't human, and it was hungry for more. The hunt for Amelia had become something else entirely. Now, it was a fight for the very soul of Pine Ridge, and I had a sinking feeling that we were losing. The disappearance of Officer Johnson sent shockwaves through Pine Ridge. The town, already on edge from Amelia's vanishing, now teetered on the brink of panic. Rumors spread like wildfire, tales of monsters in the woods, of an ancient evil awakening, of a curse upon the town. I tried to keep a lid on things, to present a calm face to the public, but inside I was as scared as anyone. The things we'd seen in that cave, the drawings on the wall, that unearthly singing, it all pointed to something far beyond our normal experience. In the days that followed, more people came forward with stories. A group of hikers who heard strange whispers in the woods, a farmer who saw tall, shadow-like figures moving through his fields at night, a child who drew pictures of a tall man with too many arms who visited her in her dreams. Each story added to the growing sense of dread that hung over Pine Ridge like a shroud. People began to lock their doors at night, to eye the woods with suspicion. Parents kept their children close, and no one ventured out after dark if they could help it. I spent long hours at the station, poring over old records, looking for any hint of similar occurrences in the town's history. And slowly, a pattern began to emerge. Every 27 years, almost to the day, there was a spike in missing persons cases in Pine Ridge. Most were written off as runaways or tragic accidents, but the similarities were striking, and each time there were reports of strange sightings, of eerie sounds in the woods, of an unnatural stillness descending over the town. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever we were dealing with, it had been here before. It had been taking people for generations, and somehow, we'd all forgotten, or maybe we'd chosen to forget, to push the horrors into the dark corners of our minds where they couldn't hurt us. I shared my findings with Tony. watching his face pale as he connected the dots. "Jesus, Ron," he whispered, running a hand through his hair. "What the hell are we up against?" I shook my head, feeling the weight of our situation pressing down on me. "I don't know, Tony, but whatever it is, it's been here a long time, and I think it's getting stronger." As if to confirm my fears, reports of missing persons began to trickle in. A night watchman at the lumberyard, a teenager out for a late-night drive, an elderly woman who lived on the edge of town. Each disappearance was accompanied by reports of strange noises, of shadows moving where no shadows should be, of that haunting, otherworldly singing. The town was reaching a breaking point. People were talking about leaving, about abandoning Pine Ridge to whatever malevolent force had taken root here. I couldn't blame them, but the thought of this thing spreading, of it moving on to other towns, other victims, was unbearable. It was Tony who suggested we bring in outside help. "We're out of our depth here, Ron," he said one night as we sat in the station, surrounded by case files and cups of cold coffee. "We need someone who knows about this kind of thing." I nodded slowly, an idea forming. "I might know someone," I said. "An old friend from my days at the academy. He left the force to become a private investigator specializing in unusual cases." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Unusual how?" I managed a grim smile. "Let's just say he's seen things that would make our current situation look like a walk in the park." The next day I made the call. Frank Morrison had been one of the best detectives I'd ever known, with an uncanny ability to see connections others missed. When he left the force to pursue what many considered fringe cases, a lot of people thought he'd lost it, but I'd kept in touch over the years, and some of the stories he'd shared with me, well, they made our current situation seem almost plausible. Frank arrived in Pine Ridge 2 days later, a tall, lean figure with graying hair and eyes that had seen too much. He listened silently as Tony and I filled him in on everything that had happened, his expression grave. "I've seen something like this before," he said when we'd finished. "Not exactly the same, but similar enough. It's not going to be easy, and I can't promise we'll save everyone, but I think I know how to stop it." A glimmer of hope sparked in my chest. "What do we need to do?" Frank's eyes met mine, and I saw a mix of determination and fear in them. "We need to go back to those caves, and we need to face this thing on its own turf." As Frank laid out his plan, I felt a chill run down my spine. What he was proposing was dangerous, possibly suicidal. But as I looked at the map of Pine Ridge on my desk, at the markers showing each disappearance, I knew we had no choice. Whatever was lurking in the shadows of Pine Ridge, whatever had been feeding on our town for generations, it was time to bring it into the light, even if it cost us everything. The next few days were a whirlwind of preparation. Frank's plan was risky, to say the least. We were going to enter the Barkley Caves again, but this time armed with more than just flashlights and good intentions. Frank had brought with him an arsenal of specialized equipment, electromagnetic field detectors, infrared cameras, and other devices I couldn't even begin to understand. This entity, whatever it is, exists partially outside our normal reality, Frank explained as we went over the plan one last time. These tools will help us detect its presence and, hopefully, find its weaknesses. We decided to keep the operation small, just Frank, Tony, and myself. The fewer people we put at risk, the better. Plus, as Frank pointed out, a larger group would be more likely to attract the creature's attention before we were ready. The night before we were set to enter the caves, I found myself standing on my back porch, staring out at the woods that bordered my property. The trees seemed to loom larger than usual, their shadows deeper and more menacing. For a moment, I thought I saw movement at the tree line, a tall, thin figure with 2 long limbs. But when I blinked, it was gone. Sleep was elusive that night. My dreams filled with echoes of that otherworldly singing and glimpses of glowing eyes in the darkness. I woke before dawn, feeling as if I hadn't slept at all. We met at the station as the sun was rising, loading our gear into my patrol car. The town was quiet, most people still asleep, unaware of the battle we were about to wage on their behalf. The drive to the Barkley Caves was tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts. As we hiked through the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were following our every move. The cave entrance loomed before us, a dark maw in the limestone cliff face. The air around it was noticeably colder, and that sickly sweet smell I remembered from our previous visit was stronger now. Frank paused at the entrance, pulling out a small device that looked like a cross between a cell phone and a Geiger counter. It emitted a soft, pulsing tone that grew more rapid as he pointed it towards the cave. "It's here," he said quietly, "and it's strong. Be ready for anything." We entered the cave, our headlamps cutting through the darkness. The sweet smell grew stronger as we moved deeper, mixed now with something else, a scent of decay and rot that made my stomach churn. We'd been moving through the tunnels for what felt like hours, guided by Frank's instruments, when we heard it, that haunting, beautiful singing that had nearly enthralled us on our last visit. "Cover your ears," Frank hissed, pulling out what looked like high-tech earplugs. "These will filter out the frequencies it uses to mesmerize its victims." With the earplugs in, the singing became a distant, discordant noise, no longer compelling but still unsettling. We pressed on, the passages growing narrower and more twisted. Suddenly, Frank's device began to emit a high-pitched whine. "We're close," he said, his voice tight with tension. "Get ready." We rounded a corner and found ourselves in a large cavern. The walls were covered in those strange, primitive drawings we'd seen before, but they seemed to move in the light of our headlamps, telling a story of hunger and terror that spanned centuries. And there, in the center of the cavern, was the creature. It was hard to look at directly, my eyes struggling to make sense of its form. It was tall, at least 9 feet, with a body that seemed to shift and change as it moved. Multiple limbs, too thin and long to be human, ended in sharp, claw-like appendages. Its head was a nightmare of eyes and teeth, constantly rearranging themselves. But what struck me most were its eyes, not the multitude of smaller ones that blinked and shifted across its form, but the 2 large primary eyes that fixed on us as we entered. They glowed with an inner light, filled with an intelligence and malevolence that froze me to my core. My, it said, its voice a chorus of whispers and screams. "What brave little morsels have wandered into my den?" Frank stepped forward, raising a device that emitted a piercing shriek. The creature recoiled, its form rippling in pain or anger. "We know what you are," Frank said, his voice steady despite the terror I knew he must be feeling. "And we're here to stop you." The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass and crying children. "Stop me? Oh, you amusing little specks. I am eternal. I am hunger itself. And you are nothing but food." It lunged forward with impossible speed, its limbs elongating to reach for us. Tony and I opened fire, our bullets seeming to pass through it without effect. Frank shouted something I couldn't make out over the gunfire, activating another of his devices. A pulse of energy filled the cavern, and the creature screamed, a sound of rage and pain that shook the very stone around us. It retreated, its form becoming less substantial, almost smoke-like. "The gate!" Frank yelled. "We need to close the gate." I saw it then, a shimmer in the air behind the creature, like heat haze but darker, more malevolent. Frank was already moving towards it, pulling out what looked like a small metal box covered in strange symbols. The creature, realizing our intent, surged forward again. "I will devour your souls," it shrieked. "I will feast on your fear for eternity." Tony and I tried to hold it back, firing round after round into its shifting form. Frank reached the gate, his hands moving in complex patterns as he chanted words in a language I didn't recognize. The air in the cavern grew thick, charged with an energy that made my hair stand on end. The creature howled, its form stretching and distorting as it tried to reach Frank. And then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, the gate collapsed. The creature gave one final, terrible scream as it was pulled back, its form dissolving into wisps of shadow that were sucked into the closing tier. In the sudden silence that followed, I became aware of a new sound, soft, human weeping. In the far corner of the cavern, huddled together, were the missing people of Pine Ridge. Amelia, Officer Johnson, and the others, all alive but clearly traumatized by their ordeal. As we helped them to their feet, guiding them towards the cave entrance and the sunlight beyond, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. We had faced the darkness, had stared into the abyss, and we had emerged victorious. But as I glanced back at the cavern one last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that this victory was temporary. The creature was gone, yes, but for how long, and what other horrors might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for their chance to prey on the unsuspecting? As we stepped out of the cave into the warm summer sun, I knew that Pine Ridge, and perhaps the world, would never look quite the same to me again. The shadows would always be a little deeper, the night a little darker, and the unknown a little more terrifying. But we had survived. We had fought back against the darkness. And for now, at least, that had to be enough. The days and weeks that followed our confrontation in the caves were a blur of debriefings, medical examinations, and attempts to return to some semblance of normalcy. The official story, carefully crafted by Frank and corroborated by Tony and myself, was that a disturbed individual had been responsible for the kidnappings, using the cave system as a hideout. It was a flimsy explanation that left many questions unanswered, but it was better than the truth. The survivors were all physically unharmed, but the psychological trauma they had endured was evident. Amelia Sutton, once vivacious and outgoing, had become withdrawn and quiet. Officer Johnson resigned from the force, unable to reconcile what he had experienced with his view of the world. Others reported nightmares, anxiety, and a persistent feeling of being watched. Frank stayed in Pine Ridge for a few weeks, helping us tie up loose ends and ensuring that the gate remained closed. Before he left, he took me aside for a conversation I'll never forget. "Ron," he said, his eyes grave, "what you've seen, what you've been through, it changes a person. The world isn't what most people think it is. There are dark corners, hidden places where nightmares become real. You've glimpsed that world now, and you can't unsee it." I nodded, understanding all too well what he meant. "So what do we do?" I asked. "Just go back to normal life, pretending none of this happened?" Frank gave a sad smile. "Normal is a luxury you might not have anymore, but you can be prepared. Vigilant. There are others out there, people who know about these things, who fight against the darkness. If you ever need help, or if you see signs of something like this happening again, call me." He handed me a card with a phone number, not his regular business card, but something different, with strange symbols etched around the edges. As Frank drove away, I stood on the steps of the police station, feeling the weight of new knowledge and responsibility settling on my shoulders. Pine Ridge looked the same as it always had. The quaint Main Street, the old-fashioned storefronts, the dense woods surrounding the town. But now I knew what could lurk in those woods, what ancient hungers might be awakening in the dark places of the world. Tony came up beside me, his usual jovial demeanor subdued. "So," he said, "back to business as usual." I looked at him, saw the same knowledge, the same burden in his eyes that I felt in my own. "I don't think there's any such thing as usual for us anymore, partner," I replied. He nodded, understanding. "We'll face it together, whatever comes next." And so life in Pine Ridge went on. On the surface, things returned to normal. The townspeople, resilient as ever, began to put the terrifying events behind them. But there was an undercurrent of wariness now, a shared secret that hung in the air like a mist. I found myself unable to relax, always watching, always alert for signs that the darkness might be creeping back in. Every unexplained noise, every shadow that seemed a little too deep, set my nerves on edge. I kept Frank's card with me at all times, a talisman against the unknown horrors that I now knew existed. Months passed, and then years. Pine Ridge remained quiet, but I never forgot what we had faced in those caves. The memory of that creature, of its hunger and its terrible beauty, haunted my dreams. I knew that somewhere out there, in the spaces between what we think of as reality, it was waiting for another chance, another opening, another feast. And I knew that when that time came, I would be ready, for the sake of Pine Ridge, for the sake of all the innocent people who had no idea of the terrors that lurked in the shadows. I would stand against the darkness again, because that's what being a cop, a protector, really means. Not just upholding the law, but defending the light against the encroaching shadows, no matter the cost. As I sit here now, an old man looking back on a life filled with both ordinary and extraordinary moments, I can't help but wonder, how many other small towns have their own dark secrets? How many other people have stared into the abyss and lived to tell the tale? And most importantly, who will stand guard when I'm gone? The woods outside my window seem to whisper with secrets, and sometimes, on quiet nights, I think I hear a faint, haunting melody drifting on the breeze. A reminder that the battle is never truly over, that vigilance is the price we pay for the safety of those we protect. So I keep watch, my old eyes scanning the shadows, my hand never far from Frank's card and the promise of help it represents. Because in Pine Ridge, Alabama, the night is dark and full of terrors, and someone has to keep them at bay. 5 years after our encounter in the Barkley Caves, I found myself standing in front of a classroom at Pine Ridge High School. The familiar faces of teenagers looked back at me, a mix of boredom and curiosity in their eyes. I had been invited to speak about my experiences in law enforcement, part of the school's Career Day program. As I spoke about the more mundane aspects of police work, my eyes were drawn to a girl sitting in the back row. She looked eerily like Amelia Sutton, and for a moment I felt a chill run down my spine. But no, this was Amelia's younger sister, born a year after the incident. She had never known her sister as she was before, only the quiet, haunted young woman she had become. After the presentation, as the students filed out, the girl, Laura, I remembered, approached me. "Officer Hall," she said, her voice hesitant, "can I ask you something about what happened to my sister?" I felt a knot form in my stomach. How much did she know? How much could I tell her without revealing the terrifying truth? "Of course, Laura," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What would you like to know?" She bit her lip, clearly struggling with her words. I've heard things, whispers, about what really happened that summer. About creatures in the woods. Is it true?" I felt my heart rate quicken. How much did she know? How much had been passed down in hushed conversations and half-remembered nightmares? "Laura," I said carefully, "a lot of stories get exaggerated over time. What happened to your sister was terrible, but—" "Please," she interrupted, her eyes pleading. "I need to know. I've been having these dreams about something in the caves, something hungry." A chill ran down my spine. Could it be possible? After all these years, could the creature be trying to come back? "What kind of dreams, Laura?" I asked, my voice low. She glanced around, making sure we were alone. "I see it sometimes, in the woods behind our house, tall and thin, with too many arms, and its eyes," she shuddered, "they glow in the dark." I felt a wave of dread wash over me. This was too specific, too close to what we had faced, to be mere coincidence. "Have you told anyone else about these dreams?" I asked urgently. She shook her head. "Just you. I thought maybe you'd understand, because of what happened to Amelia." I nodded slowly, my mind racing. "Laura, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Those dreams, they might be more than just dreams. I want you to call me immediately if you see anything unusual, day or night, anything at all. Do you understand?" She nodded, her eyes wide. I scribbled my number on a piece of paper and handed it to her. "And Laura," I added, "be careful in the woods, don't go there alone, especially at night." As she walked away, I pulled out my phone and the card Frank had given me years ago. The symbols around the edges seemed to shimmer in the fluorescent light of the school hallway. "Frank," I said when he answered, "we might have a problem in Pine Ridge. I think it's trying to come back." His voice was grim when he replied. "I was afraid of this. The cycle is starting again. I'm on my way, Ron. Don't do anything until I get there." As I hung up, I looked out the window at the woods that surrounded Pine Ridge. They seemed darker somehow, more ominous. The creature we had faced was stirring, reaching out through dreams and whispers. The battle we thought we had won was far from over. It was just beginning again. And this time, we had a new generation to protect. The days following my conversation with Laura were tense, filled with a growing sense of dread. Frank arrived in Pine Ridge within 48 hours, his face grim and his car loaded with equipment I didn't recognize. "It's worse than we thought," he told me as we sat in my living room, going over the details. "The entity we faced, it's not just one creature. It's part of something larger, something that's been here far longer than we realized." He spread out a map on the coffee table, covered in markings and symbols I didn't understand. "These are ley lines," he explained, "channels of energy that crisscross the earth. Pine Ridge sits at a convergence point. It's a place of power, and that's what attracts these." I felt a chill run down my spine. "So what do we do?" Frank's eyes met mine, and I saw a mixture of determination and fear in them. "We prepare, we watch, and when the time comes, we fight." Over the next few weeks, we set up a network of sensors and cameras throughout the town, focusing on the woods and the area around the Barkley Caves. Frank trained Tony and me in the use of various devices and weapons designed to combat supernatural entities. But even as we prepared, the signs of the creature's return grew more frequent. More people reported strange dreams and sightings of a tall, thin figure in the woods. Pets went missing. The air grew thick with that sickly sweet smell I remembered all too well. It all came to a head on a moonless night in late October. I was on patrol with Tony when the call came in. Laura Sutton had gone missing. We raced to the Sutton house, my heart pounding. Mayor Sutton met us at the door, his face pale with fear. "She went for a walk in the woods," he said, his voice shaking. "She does it all the time, but she should have been back hours ago." I exchanged a glance with Tony. We both knew where she had gone. "Call Frank," I told Tony as we headed for the woods. "Tell him to meet us at the caves." The forest was eerily silent as we made our way towards the Barkley Caves, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The sweet smell grew stronger as we approached, mixed now with the metallic scent of ozone. Frank was waiting for us at the cave entrance, his face grim. "It's opened a new gate," he said without preamble. "We need to move fast." We entered the cave system, the air growing colder and thicker with each step. The walls seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, the primitive drawings moving and shifting in the beam of our lights. As we descended deeper into the earth, we began to hear it, that haunting, beautiful singing that had nearly enthralled us years before. But this time, mixed with the ethereal melody, I could hear a human voice, Laura. We burst into the main cavern, and the sight that greeted us was like something out of a nightmare. The creature stood in the center of the room, its form even more terrifying than I remembered. Multiple limbs writhed and twisted, its body constantly shifting and reforming. And there, suspended in a cocoon of shadow and light, was Laura. "Welcome back, little morsels," the creature said, its voice a chorus of whispers and screams. "Have you come to join our feast?" Frank stepped forward, raising a device that emitted a high-pitched whine. The creature recoiled, its form rippling in pain. "Let her go," I demanded, my voice steadier than I felt. The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass and dying stars. "Oh, but she came willingly. She heard our song, felt our hunger. She understands now, as you never could." Laura's eyes opened, and I saw with horror that they had turned completely black. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice distant and dreamy. "Can't you see? It wants to show us everything." "Laura, no!" I shouted. "Don't listen to it." But even as I spoke, I could feel the pull of the creature's song, the promise of knowledge and power beyond human comprehension. It took every ounce of willpower I had to resist. Frank was chanting now, words in a language I didn't recognize. The air in the cavern grew thick with energy, sparks of otherworldly light dancing around us. The creature howled in rage and pain, its form becoming less substantial. "You cannot stop us," it shrieked. "We are eternal. We are hunger itself." But Frank's chant grew louder. and I could see the gate beginning to close. The creature's limbs stretched towards us, claws raking the air inches from our faces. In a final, desperate move, I lunged forward, grabbing Laura and pulling her free from the cocoon of energy. She screamed, a sound of loss and longing that tore at my heart. And then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, the gate collapsed. The creature gave one last terrible scream as it was pulled back, its form dissolving into wisps of shadow that were sucked into the closing tier. In the sudden silence that followed, I became aware of Laura sobbing in my arms. Her eyes were back to normal, filled now with tears and terror. "It's over," I said softly, holding her close. "You're safe now." But even as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't entirely true. The creature was gone, yes, but for how long? And what other horrors might be waiting in the spaces between worlds, hungry for a taste of our reality? As we made our way out of the caves, Laura clinging to me and Tony supporting an exhausted Frank, I couldn't shake the feeling that this victory, like the last, was only temporary. The darkness had risen once again in Pine Ridge, and though we had pushed it back, I knew now that it would always be there, waiting, watching, hungry. But we would be ready. We would stand guard against the night, protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. Because that's what it means to be a protector, to be a cop in a town where the shadows hold secrets darker than anyone could imagine. As we stepped out of the cave into the pre-dawn light, I looked at Tony and Frank, saw the same determination in their eyes that I felt in my heart. Whatever came next, whatever horrors the future might hold, we would face it together. For Pine Ridge, for Laura and Amelia, for all those who walked in the light, unaware of the darkness that lurked just beyond. We would keep watch, we would stand guard. And when the darkness rose again, as I knew it would, we would be there to push it back once more. Almost 13 years have passed since that week in Montana, but the memories remain as vivid as though they happened yesterday. Before my husband and I settled into our comfortable suburban life, before children and mortgages and grocery lists, I was someone who craved adventure. I'd grown up riding horses at my aunt's farm every summer, spending countless hours in the saddle, learning to read a horse's mood through the tension in their muscles, the flick of their ears. By the time I turned 27 in the spring of 2012, I'd been dreaming of a real cattle drive for years, not the sanitized tourist version, but something authentic, challenging, raw. I found what I was looking for through a ranch operation in southern Montana. They advertised a 5-day horse drive that promised the complete cowboy experience. The price was steep, but I'd been saving for 2 years. When I finally clicked the booking button, my hands were shaking with anticipation. The flight to Billings was smooth, though I barely noticed the scenery below. My mind was already out on the open range, wind in my face, hooves thundering beneath me. At the airport, I found the other guest riders gathered near baggage claim, a diverse group that included a couple from Germany, 2 women from somewhere in the United Kingdom, a man from France, and 3 other Americans besides myself. Our driver, a weathered man in his 60s named Hugh, loaded our bags into a van with practiced efficiency. The drive to the ranch took 2.5 hours, winding through landscape that grew increasingly remote. As we left the highway behind, the road became gravel, then dirt. Cell phone signals died. The last town we passed through was barely more than a gas station and a post office. After that, there was nothing but empty land stretching to the horizon in every direction. During the drive, we shared our backgrounds. The German couple, whom I'll call Jürgen and Helga, had traveled extensively, but had never done anything like this. The British women, Louise and Catherine, were experienced riders who'd participated in similar drives in Australia. The French man, Philippe, admitted he was somewhat terrified, but didn't want to die without trying something that scared him. The other Americans, a father and son from Ohio named Gregory and Tom, and a woman from California I'll call Amanda, all had various levels of riding experience. As we talked and laughed, trying to ease our nervous excitement, I noticed Hugh watching us in the rearview mirror. His expression was difficult to read, but there was something in his eyes that made me uneasy. Not hostile exactly, but assessing, like he was measuring whether we'd make it through what lay ahead. The ranch appeared as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the weathered buildings. It looked like something from another century. A main house with a wraparound porch, several outbuildings with peeling paint, and beyond them the stables and corrals. The place had a lived-in quality, authentic in a way that made my heart race with excitement. This was real. This wasn't some dude ranch with Wi-Fi and hot tubs. A woman named Jane, the ranch cook, fed us a dinner of beef stew and cornbread while our guide, a man named Russell, explained the plan. We'd spend the first full day on shorter rides, getting used to our horses and learning to work as a group. The second day would involve locating the herd, approximately 150 horses that roamed the plains north of the ranch. Then we'd spend 3 days driving them south to their summer grazing land in Wyoming, camping on the open range at night. "This isn't a vacation," Russell said, his voice gravelly from years of cigarettes and wind. "This is work, real work. The horses don't care that you paid to be here. The land doesn't care. If you can't keep up, you'll stay behind with Jane. No shame in that, but be honest with yourselves about what you can handle." His words should have comforted me. He was being straightforward, setting clear expectations. Instead, they made my stomach clench with anxiety. What if I couldn't keep up? What if I'd overestimated my abilities? That night, lying in the small bunkhouse room, I stared at the ceiling and listened to the sounds of the ranch settling around me. Horses moved in their stalls, restless. Something, maybe a coyote, howled in the distance. The wind scraped tree branches against the side of the building with a sound like fingernails on wood. I woke at 4:30 to the smell of coffee and bacon. My body ached already, anticipating the hours I'd spend in the saddle. But when I walked down to the stables after breakfast and saw the horses waiting in the dawn light, all my doubts evaporated. My horse was a Mustang mare with a caramel-colored coat and a black mane. Her spots reminded me of cookies, so I learned her name was Chip. She regarded me with intelligent brown eyes, and when I approached, she didn't shy away. I ran my hand along her neck, feeling the warmth of her, the solid muscle beneath her coat. In that moment, I felt a connection that's difficult to explain to non-riders, a sense of partnership, of mutual trust that would have to develop between us. The first ride was everything I'd hoped for. We headed east as the sun rose, turning the plains golden. The landscape was more varied than I'd expected. Not flat, but rolling, with hidden draws and sudden ridges. Russell led us at a steady pace, occasionally calling out instructions. The wranglers rode alongside us, their posture relaxed, at home in a way I envied. By the time we returned to the ranch that evening, I was exhausted but exhilarated. My legs trembled as I dismounted. My back ached. But I'd never felt more alive. The second day began even earlier. We were in the saddle by 5, riding north under a sky still scattered with stars. The temperature was cold enough that I could see my breath and chips forming clouds in the air. As the sun rose, the landscape revealed itself in shades of brown and gold and green, vast and empty in a way that made me feel simultaneously insignificant and free. We rode for over an hour across terrain that seemed featureless, following Russell and the wranglers who navigated by landmarks invisible to me. A particular rock formation, a distant ridge, the way a creek bed curved. Then finally, we crested a low hill, and there they were. The sight stopped my breath. More than 150 horses spread across the valley below us, their coats every shade from deep bay to palomino to pure white. They grazed peacefully, unaware of us watching from above. Russell explained they were descended from Spanish horses that had escaped from settlements in the 1600s, wild animals that had never been broken, living free across this land for generations. "Your job," Russell said, "is to push them south without scattering them. Stay in your positions. Don't crowd them, but don't let them break away. They're smart, and they'll test you. If you see one trying to split from the group, you ride to head it off. Questions?" We had dozens, but there was no time. The Wranglers were already moving down the hill, spreading out to begin the drive. We followed, and suddenly we were in the middle of it, surrounded by moving horses, dust rising, hooves drumming the earth. One of the Wranglers, a man named Cole, rode past me shouting instructions I could barely hear over the noise. When a young colt tried to break left, running straight toward my position, instinct took over. I urged Chip forward, cutting the colt off, turning it back toward the herd. Cole gave me a sharp nod of approval. The work was harder than anything I'd imagined. The Wranglers rode like they were angry, aggressive, loud, pushing the herd relentlessly. They cursed constantly, at the horses, at each other, at us when we made mistakes. When I drifted out of position, letting a gap open where several horses tried to escape, Cole rode up beside me and unleashed a stream of profanity that made my face burn with shame. But I corrected my position, closed the gap, and kept going. We drove the horses all day, stopping only briefly for lunch and water. By the time the ranch came back into view in late afternoon, every muscle in my body screamed with exhaustion. My hands were blistered from the reins. My throat was raw from dust. But we'd done it. We'd moved the herd. That night at dinner, the Wranglers' assessment of us was brutally honest. We'd made mistakes, lots of them, but we'd learned. Tomorrow would be harder, Russell warned. Tomorrow we'd start the real drive, and we wouldn't have the luxury of returning to the ranch each night. Get as much rest as you can, he said. We're riding at 4:30, and the next few nights will be on the ground. Bring everything you need, because once we're out there until the job is done. I tried to sleep but couldn't. My mind raced with excitement and nervousness. Finally, around 10, exhaustion overtook me. The wake-up call came at 4:30, just as Russell had promised. My body protested every movement as I dressed in the dark. The bunkhouse was filled with the sounds of others doing the same. Groans, muttered complaints, the rustling of clothing. Outside, the air was frigid. Stars still filled the sky, though the eastern horizon showed the first hints of coming dawn. Coffee helped, strong and bitter, and breakfast was substantial. Eggs, bacon, toast, oatmeal. Jane loaded us up like we were heading to war. In a sense, I suppose we were. A war against exhaustion, against inexperience, against the wild nature of the horses we'd be driving. We found the herd easily. They hadn't moved far from where we'd left them the previous evening. The drive began smoothly enough. We fell into formation more naturally today, anticipating the horses' movements, working together with increasing confidence. When a particularly stubborn young stallion tried repeatedly to break away, I helped turn him back 3 times, and by the third I was grinning despite my fatigue. We drove them through the ranch property in a long arc, then continued south. The landscape changed as we went, becoming rougher, with more rocks and scrub brush. The sun climbed higher, turning the day hot after the cold morning. Sweat soaked through my shirt. Chip's coat darkened with exertion. Late in the afternoon we reached our campsite, a relatively flat area near a small creek, with some sparse trees providing minimal shade. The Wranglers showed us how to set up the high line for the horses, a rope stretched between 2 trees where we could tie them for the night. We erected our tents in a rough circle around where the campfire would be. As the sun set and temperatures dropped, we gathered around the fire. Jane had packed food that we heated in cast iron skillets, beans, strips of beef, bread. It was simple but tasted incredible after the day's work. We talked about the ride, comparing notes, sharing our mistakes and small victories. Gradually, as darkness fell complete and the fire burned down to glowing coals, people began drifting toward their tents. I should have been exhausted enough to fall asleep immediately, but sitting there, watching the flames, listening to the horses shifting and snorting behind us, feeling the vast emptiness of the wilderness around us, I couldn't bring myself to close my eyes and miss a moment of it. One of the Wranglers, a younger man named Troy, remained by the fire as well. We talked about nothing important, favorite foods, bad movies, the best brands of beef jerky. Then something flew over my head. I heard it more than saw it, a rushing sound, like air being displaced. It landed a few feet from the fire with a wet thump that didn't sound right. I screamed before I could stop myself, a sharp cry that shattered the peaceful night. Immediately, tent zippers ripped open. Flashlights clicked on. People emerged, asking what happened, voices tight with concern and confusion. We all converged on the spot near the fire, and as the flashlight beams illuminated what lay there, I felt my stomach turn over. It was the back half of a jackrabbit torn roughly through the middle, the separation jagged and violent. The legs were still intact, the tail, but the rest was simply gone. Blood soaked into the dirt around it, dark and wet. In the harsh light of the flashlights, I could see where the spine had been separated, white bone visible among red tissue. "What the hell?" someone said. Philippe, I think, his French accent thick with shock. Russell and the other wranglers pushed through to examine it. Russell crouched down, studying the carcass without touching it. His face was unreadable in the shifting light. "Could be a bird," one of the wranglers suggested. "Hawk or eagle, maybe. Could have dropped it flying over." But Troy was shaking his head. "Did you see the way it came in? It didn't fall. It came at an angle, like someone threw it." The words hung in the air. Around the circle, people shifted uneasily. I looked out into the darkness beyond our firelight, suddenly aware of how exposed we were, how vulnerable. There was nothing out there, no lights, no buildings, no help, just emptiness and darkness and whatever might be watching us from within it. Russell stood, wiping his hands on his jeans though he hadn't touched anything. "All right, listen up. Could be some kid from Fort Smith trying to spook us. Town's not that far, and there's always some joker who thinks scaring tourists is funny. Me and the boys are going to ride out. Make sure the area's clear. You all stay put. Keep the fire going. Stay together." They saddled up quickly, taking flashlights, and I noticed rifles from their saddlebags. Then they rode out in different directions, their lights bobbing away into the darkness. We waited, huddled together, nobody speaking. The horses seemed unsettled, moving restlessly against their lines. The fire crackled, and every sound made me jump. They were gone for almost an hour. When they returned, Russell's expression was grim. "Didn't find anything? No tracks, no signs of anyone." "But that doesn't mean much. Ground's hard here, and someone who knows what they're doing could cover their tracks easy enough." He looked at each of us in turn. "Tomorrow we're moving to a different campsite, about 20 miles south. We're all armed and we'll be keeping watch through the night. Whatever this was, prank or animal or accident, you're safe. Understand?" We nodded, but I don't think any of us truly believed it. We returned to our tents, but I doubt anyone slept well. I certainly didn't. I lay in my sleeping bag listening to every sound, imagining figures moving in the darkness outside, wondering what kind of person would throw a torn animal into a camp in the middle of nowhere, and why. Morning came as a relief. Something about daylight made everything seem less threatening. But the mood among our group had shifted. The excited chatter of previous mornings was replaced by quiet conversation and nervous glances. We broke camp efficiently, loaded our gear, and were back in the saddle by 6. The drive that morning required all my concentration. The horses seemed more skittish than before, as if they too had sensed something wrong during the night. Several times, individuals tried to break away, forcing us to ride hard to turn them back. Russell pushed us to maintain a faster pace than the previous day, clearly wanting to put distance between us and last night's campsite. We crossed a river in early afternoon. Not deep, but swift-moving and cold. Chip balked at first, but I urged her forward, trusting her instincts. The water came up to her chest, soaking my boots and jeans, shockingly cold even though the air temperature was warm. On the far side, we paused to let the horses drink and to eat lunch ourselves. Jürgen, the German man, approached me as I sat on a sun-warmed rock, eating a sandwich. His English was excellent, his manner friendly despite the tension hanging over us all. "What do you think happened last night?" he asked. Truly? I didn't know how to answer. In daylight, with the sun warm on my face and the river babbling nearby, it was tempting to dismiss the incident as Russell had suggested, some local prankster with too much time and not enough sense. But I couldn't shake the memory of how that object had flown through the air. the deliberate arc of it or the careful precision of how the rabbit had been torn. "I don't know," I said finally, "but I'm glad we moved camps." He nodded, looking out across the river we just crossed. "In Germany, we have stories about the wilderness, about things that live in remote places. My grandmother used to tell them, but I never believed them. I thought they were just, how do you say, folklore, to scare children." He paused. "Now, I think maybe there is truth in old stories, not about monsters, but about the fact that some places don't want us there." His words gave me chills despite the warm sun. Before I could respond, Russell called out that it was time to ride. We mounted up and continued south. By late afternoon, we'd covered the 20 miles Russell had promised. The new campsite was more exposed than the first, fewer trees, but better visibility in all directions. As we set up camp, I noticed the wranglers positioning themselves strategically around the perimeter. Russell had divided the night into shifts, ensuring someone would always be awake and watching. Dinner was quieter than the previous night. We were all exhausted from the long day's ride. Yes, but there was more to it than that. The rabbit incident had cast a shadow over the group. People kept glancing toward the darkness beyond our fire, starting at every sound. As full darkness fell, Russell addressed us one final time before we turned in. "I know last night spooked you. Hell, it spooked us too. But we've got 20 more miles to cover tomorrow, and then one more day after that to reach the Wyoming border. You came here for an authentic experience, and this is it, the real thing, the good and the bad. The wilderness doesn't care about our comfort or our fears. It just is. So get some rest. Trust that we're keeping watch, and tomorrow we finish this thing. Understood?" We murmured our agreement and headed for our tents. I crawled into my sleeping bag fully clothed, my boots nearby in case I needed to move fast. Outside, I could hear Troy settling in for the first watch shift. The horses made their usual sounds, snorts, the stamping of hooves, the occasional whinny. Normal sounds, comforting sounds. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to the sound of Troy shouting, "Who's out there? Show yourself." My heart hammered against my ribs. I sat up, fumbling for my flashlight. Around me, I heard the others stirring, voices asking what was happening. The horses had gone quiet, eerily so, as if they were holding their breath. Then they exploded into sound. It started as nervous shifting, hooves scraping the ground. Then it became more agitated, snorting, whinnying, the sound of bodies pulling against the high line. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. By the time I got my tent unzipped and crawled outside, the horses were in full panic. I emerged from my tent into chaos. The horses were screaming. There's no other word for it. Not normal horse sounds, but high-pitched, terrified shrieks that cut through the night like knives. The high line was shaking violently as they pulled against it. In the darkness, illuminated only by our flashlights and the dying campfire, I could see their eyes rolling white with panic. Russell and another wrangler whose name I'd never learned burst from their tent, the second man already raising his flashlight to scan the darkness where the horses were looking. Troy stood near the fire, his own light pointed outward, his other hand on the rifle at his side. "What is it?" someone called. "Amanda, I think," her voice high with fear. "Don't know," Troy called back. "Something's got them spooked bad." The understatement of the century. Chip was among those horses, and even from a distance I could see her straining against her line, her muscles bunched, ready to bolt. The other horses were the same. Every animal on that line was preparing to run. "We need to," Russell started to say, but he never finished. The high line snapped. I'd never thought about how much force terrified horses could generate when they pulled together. The rope was thick, meant to hold, but against that much panic-driven strength, it gave way like thread. The sound was like a gunshot, and the second it broke, 18 horses were free. For one frozen moment, they milled in confusion, their instinct to run warring with uncertainty about which direction to go. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, they chose. They chose to run straight through our camp. Russell screamed something. A warning, an order, I couldn't tell. One of the wranglers ran forward, arms raised, trying to turn the herd. The horses didn't slow. The lead stallion, a massive bay, ran straight at the man. I saw him dive aside, but he wasn't fast enough. A hoof caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around and dropping him to the ground where he lay stunned. Then the rest of the herd was upon us. I dove for my tent, but there was no safety there. The first horse hit my tent at full gallop, its hooves punching through the nylon like it was paper. I felt something, a leg maybe, strike my shoulder, sending me sprawling. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. Above me, I saw the underside of a horse as it jumped my prone form, its hooves missing my head by inches. Around me, the night filled with screams, human and equine both. Someone yelled, "Get down," and I pressed myself flat, covering my head with my arms as horse after horse thundered past. The ground shook with their passage. Dirt and rocks kicked up by their hooves rained down on me. The sound was overwhelming, pounding hooves, screaming people, the crashing of tents being trampled. Gregory, the father from Ohio, had emerged from his tent just as the stampede reached him. I watched in horror as a chestnut mare struck him with her shoulder, sending him flying backward into his son. And then both of them were on the ground with horses jumping over and around them. Tom's arm was bent at a wrong angle. Gregory wasn't moving. The British woman Louise tried to run, but running triggered something primal in the horses, a predator response maybe. 2 horses changed direction to avoid her, but a third didn't. It hit her from behind, and she went down. The horse didn't fall, didn't even stumble. Its hooves came down again and again as it fought for balance, and each impact made a sound I'll never forget, heavy thuds accompanied by wet cracks. Amanda was struck by one of the metal clips from a broken lead rope, moving with the speed of a bullet. It caught her across the face, and I saw blood explode from her cheek. She spun and collapsed, hands clutching her face, her screams joining the chorus. The Frenchman, Philippe, managed to dive behind a pile of gear, but a horse's flank hit the pile, sending bags and equipment flying. One bag caught him in the head, and he dropped like someone had cut his strings. And through it all, the horses kept coming, beautiful, gentle creatures transformed into instruments of destruction by their blind panic. They crashed through our campfire, scattering burning wood. They trampled tents, gear, food, anything in their path. The high line, still attached to some of them, whipped through the air like a lash, striking whoever was unlucky enough to be in its path. I lost track of time. The stampede might have lasted 30 seconds or 5 minutes. I honestly couldn't tell you. All I knew was the thunder of hooves, the screams, the impacts, the smell of horse sweat and fear and blood. And then finally it was over. The last horse disappeared into the darkness, and suddenly the night was quiet except for the groans of the injured. I lay on the ground for a long moment, unable to move, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. My shoulder throbbed where the horse had struck me. My lungs burned. Every breath seemed to scrape against my ribs. But I was alive, and as the shock began to fade, I realized I needed to get up, to help. I rolled over slowly, testing my limbs. Everything worked, though my shoulder protested sharply when I put weight on it. Around me, the camp was destroyed. Tents lay flattened or torn to shreds. Gear was scattered everywhere. The campfire had been reduced to smoldering embers and scattered wood, but several small fires had started where burning brands had been kicked into dry grass. Russell and Troy were already stamping these out, but it was the people who demanded attention. Groans and cries came from multiple directions. The wrangler who'd tried to turn the herd, I learned later his name was Peter, was sitting up, cradling his shoulder. His face was gray with pain, but he was mobile. Russell checked him quickly, determined nothing was broken but probably badly bruised or dislocated, and told him to stay put. Gregory and Tom, the father and son, were both down. Tom was conscious, crying, holding his arm which bent at a grotesque angle halfway between his elbow and wrist. Gregory was unconscious, a lump already forming on his forehead where he'd struck something, the ground, a rock, another person's boot, impossible to say. Russell checked his pulse and breathing, both present, and carefully turned him into a recovery position. Louise, the British woman who'd been trampled, was conscious but clearly in severe pain. She was trying not to move, tears streaming down her face. Her left leg was bent wrong, obviously broken. Her breathing was shallow and rapid, shock setting in. Catherine, her friend, knelt beside her, trying to comfort her while clearly fighting her own panic. Amanda was sitting up, blood running between the fingers pressed to her face. When she moved her hand, I could see a deep gash that ran from her cheekbone to her jawline. The metal clip had laid her face open. She was crying silently, her eyes wide with shock. Philippe, the Frenchman, was conscious but disoriented. He kept asking what happened in French, seeming unable to process the English responses. Blood ran from his hairline where the bag had struck him. And then there was Jürgen, the German man who'd asked me that afternoon what I thought about the rabbit incident. He was the worst. He lay on his back, his breathing wet and labored. When I reached him, I could see why. His chest was caved in on the left side, the ribs clearly broken, possibly driven into his lungs. His mouth was bloody, several teeth had been knocked out, and others were broken off at wrong angles. His left arm was bent at a compound fracture, bone visible through torn skin. His eyes were open but unfocused, his skin pale and clammy. "Don't move," I told him, though he didn't seem capable of movement anyway. "We're getting help." Russell was already on his satellite phone, calling for emergency assistance. Cell phones were useless out here, but the ranch had insisted all Wranglers carry satellite phones for exactly this kind of emergency. His voice was calm but urgent as he described our situation and gave our coordinates. I heard him say multiple serious injuries and need immediate helicopter evacuation. The next hours were a nightmare of a different sort than the stampede. We did what we could with our limited medical supplies. The ranch had provided first aid kits, but they were designed for minor injuries, cuts, scrapes, maybe a twisted ankle. Nothing in them was adequate for broken bones, potential internal injuries, severe lacerations. We used torn clothing to bind Tom's broken arm. We kept Gregory in the recovery position and monitored his breathing. We tried to keep Louise's broken leg immobilized. We pressed clean cloth to Amanda's face, trying to slow the bleeding. Philippe we kept talking to, making sure he didn't lose consciousness. And Jürgen, for Jürgen, all we could do was try to keep him comfortable and breathing until real help arrived. Russell organized the Wranglers who weren't injured to gather all the working flashlights and position them to create a makeshift landing zone for the helicopter. The nearest town with medical facilities was over an hour away by vehicle, but a helicopter could make it much faster. The helicopter arrived just as dawn was beginning to lighten the eastern sky. The sound of its rotors was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. It landed in a swirl of dust and wind, and 2 paramedics jumped out. They worked with incredible efficiency, assessing each injured person quickly. After a brief consultation with Russell, they determined that Jürgen needed to be evacuated immediately. His breathing was getting worse, and they were concerned about lung collapse and internal bleeding. They loaded him onto a stretcher and into the helicopter. Within minutes they were lifting off, the sound fading as they raced toward the hospital. The rest of us would have to wait for ground transport. 4 vehicles arrived about 2 hours later. Ranch trucks and 1 van, all equipped to handle rough terrain. They loaded Gregory, Tom, Louise, Amanda, and Philippe carefully. The rest of us, those who were uninjured or had only minor injuries, would ride back separately. Before the vehicles left, Russell pulled me aside. His face was drawn, exhausted, and something else, guilty maybe or angry. Probably both. "I need you to know," he said quietly, "that nothing like this has ever happened before. 23 years I've been running these drives. We've had accidents, someone falls off a horse, equipment breaks, someone gets sick. But this," he looked toward where the injured were being loaded, "this wasn't natural. Horses don't stampede like that for no reason. Something spooked them, deliberately." "The rabbit," I said. He nodded. "The rabbit. Whatever threw that into our camp last night came back, and this time, they did something to those horses. I don't know what made a sound, threw something, I don't know, but this was intentional." The words hung between us, heavy with implication. Someone had done this. Someone had deliberately caused the stampede that had destroyed our camp and injured 8 people. Why? I asked. Why? Russell's jaw tightened. Because some people don't want outsiders here. They think the land belongs to them, that tourists are ruining something that should stay wild and empty. They're wrong, but that doesn't make them less dangerous. The vehicles departed, taking the injured to medical care. The rest of us were left in the destroyed camp, waiting for our own transport. The sun rose higher, warming the day, but I couldn't stop shivering. I kept seeing it replay in my mind, the horses bearing down, the people falling, the impacts, the blood. The ride back to the ranch was silent. We were crammed into the remaining vehicles, dirty, exhausted, traumatized. The landscape that had seemed so beautiful just days ago now felt hostile, threatening. Every shadow might conceal someone watching. Every distant ridge might hide whoever had caused this. At the ranch, Jane had hot food and coffee waiting. She took one look at us and didn't ask questions, just started serving. We ate mechanically, not tasting the food, just needing fuel. Russell was on the phone, coordinating with the hospital, dealing with insurance companies, fielding calls from worried family members who'd been contacted. Later that afternoon, we received updates. Jurgen was in surgery, multiple broken ribs, collapsed lung, internal bleeding. They were optimistic but cautious. Gregory had a severe concussion but was expected to recover fully. Tom's arm required surgery to set properly. Louise's leg was badly broken and would need pins. Amanda's face would need careful stitching and would likely scar. Philippe had a concussion and was being kept for observation. The ranch offered everyone complete refunds and open invitations to return for another drive, completely free of charge. Some accepted the refund and left immediately, wanting nothing more than to get away. Others, like me, took the second option, though I suspect most of us like me will never actually use it. I spent those last 2 days at the ranch in a daze. They offered activities, riding, helping with livestock, just relaxing, but everything felt hollow. The dream had turned into a nightmare, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd been targeted, hunted. The officials who came to investigate found no evidence of who might have been responsible. The tracks of our horses had obliterated any other evidence. It was ruled an unfortunate accident caused by unknown factors. But I knew. Russell knew. Maybe some of the others knew too. This hadn't been an accident. When I finally flew home, I felt like I was escaping. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. I'd wake up feeling the ground shake with hooves, hearing the screams. Chip was okay, all our horses had been recovered eventually, but I couldn't bring myself to ride for almost a year afterward. The thing I'd loved most in the world had become tainted by fear. 13 years later, I've processed most of it. I ride again, though never on trail drives, never in wilderness areas. I've made my peace with what happened, though I'll never truly understand it. Jurgen recovered, though he has chronic pain from his injuries. Tom's arm healed with only minor loss of mobility. The others all recovered to various degrees, carrying physical and emotional scars. I still have the flight information for that return trip to Montana, the invitation to come back free of charge. Sometimes I take it out and look at it. Part of me wants to go back, to reclaim something that was taken from me that night, to prove that I'm not afraid, that I won't let someone's cruelty drive me away from something I love. But the truth is, I am afraid. Not of the horses, not even really of the wilderness. I'm afraid of the darkness in people, of the hatred that could drive someone to hurt innocents just for being somewhere they didn't think we belonged. I'm afraid of what lurks in remote places, not monsters from folklore, but human beings capable of monstrous acts. Montana is still there, wild and beautiful and dangerous. The horses still run free across those plains, living their lives unconcerned with human drama. And somewhere out there, possibly still, are people who view that land as theirs alone, who will do terrible things to keep outsiders away. When people ask me about that trip now, I tell them about the first 2 days, the beauty, the freedom, the exhilaration of working with those magnificent animals. I tell them it was challenging and rewarding and something everyone should try at least once. I don't tell them about the torn rabbit, about Russell's warnings, about the sound of hooves bearing down in the dark, about the screams and the blood and the aftermath. I don't tell them that paradise can turn to hell in seconds, that the wilderness isn't just beautiful but brutal, that some people don't want you there and will make sure you know it. Those parts of the story stay with me, locked away most days but always there, waiting in the shadows of my memory. And on quiet nights, when the wind sounds like galloping hooves or a branch scrapes against the window like fingernails, I remember, and I thank God I survived to remember it all. The invitation to return sits in my desk drawer. I've never thrown it away, but I've never used it either. Maybe someday I will. Maybe someday I'll be brave enough or foolish enough to go back. But not today. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. My name is Daniel Clark, and I am 74 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on the 13th of October 1997, but the memory of it still chills me to the bone. I was working as a delivery driver in a small town called Larkspur, Colorado. Nothing much ever happened there. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone else, and the biggest news was usually about someone's dog getting loose. I liked it that way. Life was simple, and my job allowed me to interact with the few locals I hadn't grown up with. I was living in a modest two-bedroom house, just me and my dog Boomer. He was a golden retriever, a big friendly goofball who loved everyone. We spent most of our evenings walking through the woods behind my house. Those woods were my sanctuary, a place where I could unwind after a long day of navigating Larkspur's winding roads and dealing with the occasional grumpy customer. That fateful day in October started like any other. I woke up at dawn, had my usual breakfast of toast and coffee, and headed out for my delivery route. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the trees were a riot of red and gold. It was the kind of day that reminded me why I loved living in Colorado. My route took me all over Larkspur and the surrounding areas. I delivered packages to Mrs. Henderson, who always had a fresh-baked cookie waiting for me, and to old Mr. Grimes, who liked to chat about the weather and his arthritis. It was a normal day filled with the kind of mundane interactions that made up the fabric of small-town life. As I finished my shift and headed home, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just a vague sense of unease that settled in the pit of my stomach. I chalked it up to the changing seasons and the early darkness that came with fall. When I got home, Boomer greeted me with his usual enthusiasm, all wagging tail and slobbery kisses, whose joy was infectious, and I felt my unease start to dissipate. I decided to take him for our usual evening walk. Maybe the fresh air would clear my head. We set off down our usual path, the one that wound past the old abandoned cabin that everyone in town called the Ghost House. It was a crumbling structure, more of a ruin than a house, and kids would dare each other to go inside, but no one ever did. There were stories about that place, whispered tales of strange noises and eerie lights, but I'd never put much stock in ghost stories. As we approached the ghost house, Boomer started acting strange. His ears perked up and he let out a little whine. This was unusual for him. He was typically a happy-go-lucky dog who didn't spook easily. "What's up, boy?" I asked, scratching his head. His reaction put me on edge. He barked once, sharply, then took off into the woods, yanking the leash from my hand. "Boomer," I shouted, sprinting after him. He was fast, and it took all I had to keep him in sight. We dashed through the trees, the underbrush scratching at my legs. Suddenly he stopped, and I almost ran into him. He stood there, staring at something I couldn't see, growling softly. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw them, two kids, standing about 20 feet away. They were young, maybe 10 or 12, dressed in old-fashioned clothes that looked out of place. The boy had on suspenders and a button-down shirt. The girl wore a simple dress, but it was their eyes that stopped me cold. They were pitch black, like two voids staring back at me. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to shake it off. Maybe they were lost or playing some kind of Halloween prank. "Hey there," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you kids okay? Do you need help?" They didn't respond, just stood there, watching us. I took a step closer, and Boomer's growl intensified. The boy spoke then, his voice flat and emotionless. "We need to come inside. Let us in." The girl's eyes never left mine, and I felt a growing sense of unease. "What are you talking about?" I asked, more confused than anything. "We need to come inside," he repeated, taking a step toward me. "Look, kids, it's getting late. You should probably head home," I said, glancing around for any sign of their parents. But there was nothing. The woods were silent, unnervingly so. "We need to come inside," the girl echoed, her voice identical to the boy's, like they were rehearsed. Boomer barked, loud and angry, and the kids' faces twisted into something else. Their mouths opened wider than should have been possible, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. My heart hammered in my chest as I stumbled back, tripping over a root. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. Boomer stood his ground, growling and barking furiously. The kids advanced, their movements jerky and unnatural. "Get away from us," I shouted, scrambling to my feet. I grabbed a fallen branch and swung it at them, but they didn't flinch. It passed through them like they weren't even there. Panic surged through me. This couldn't be real. I grabbed Boomer's leash and yanked him back, turning to run. The kids' voices followed us, chanting, "Let us in! Let us in! Let us in!" I didn't look back, didn't stop until we burst out of the woods and onto the road. Gasping for breath, I looked around wildly. There was no sign of the kids, just the dark, silent trees. I hurried home, locking every door and window, Boomer still growling under his breath. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me jump. I kept seeing their eyes, those empty black pits, every time I closed mine. What were those things? And what did they want? Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare that would consume not just me but the entire town of Larkspur. The next day dawned bright and clear, the kind of crisp fall morning that usually lifted my spirits. But as I got ready for work, I couldn't shake the memory of what had happened in the woods. Every shadow seemed to hide those black-eyed children. Every noise made me flinch. I called in sick to work, something I rarely did. I just couldn't face the thought of driving around town, wondering if I'd see those kids again. Instead, I spent the day pacing my house, jumping at every sound, and obsessively checking the locks on the doors and windows. Boomer seemed on edge too. He kept staring out the windows, growling softly at nothing I could see. His behavior only fueled my anxiety. If it had just been me, I might have been able to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, or that it was some kind of elaborate prank. But Boomer's reaction told me otherwise. Dogs don't lie, and they don't imagine things. As the day wore on, I found myself drawn to the window, staring out at the woods behind my house. Part of me expected to see those kids standing at the tree line, watching me with their void-like eyes. But there was nothing, just the usual forest sounds and the occasional squirrel. By evening, I had almost convinced myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, or some kids playing a cruel Halloween prank. I decided to try and put it behind me. I couldn't live my life in fear. I made dinner, watched some TV, and tried to act like it was just another night. But as darkness fell, the unease crept back in. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, startling at every creak and groan of the house settling. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by Boomer's barking. He was at the bedroom window, hackles raised, letting out a series of sharp, angry barks. My heart pounding, I got up and cautiously approached the window. At first, I saw nothing but darkness. Then, movement caught my eye. Two small figures standing at the edge of the woods. Even from this distance, I could see the unnatural paleness of their skin, the old-fashioned clothes, and those eyes, pitch black and staring directly at my window. I stumbled back, my legs giving out as I collapsed onto the bed. This couldn't be happening. They couldn't be real. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting to 10, hoping that when I opened them, the children would be gone. 1, 2, 3. Boomer's barking grew more frantic. 4, 5, 6. I heard a faint tapping, like someone gently knocking on glass. 7, 8, 9, let us in, a voice whispered, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. 10. I opened my eyes. The tapping had stopped. Boomer was quiet. Slowly I got up and looked out the window again. The yard was empty, no sign of the children, but pinned to a tree at the edge of the woods was a piece of paper. Even from this distance I could make out 2 words written in what looked like childish scrawl. Coming soon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. As the first rays of dawn broke through my window, I made a decision. I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. I needed help, needed to know if I was going crazy or if there really was something sinister happening in Larkspur. With shaking hands, I picked up the phone and dialed a number I knew by heart. It rang 3 times before a groggy voice answered. "Hello?" "Joel," I said, my voice cracking. "I need to talk to you. Something's happening and I don't know what to do." There was a pause, then Joel's voice came back, alert now and tinged with concern. "I'll be right over, Dan. Just hang tight." As I waited for Joel to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that by reaching out, by acknowledging what was happening, I had somehow made it more real. And in doing so, I might have put not just myself, but my friends and my entire town in danger. What had I unleashed? And more importantly, how could we stop it? Joel arrived within 20 minutes, his pickup truck rumbling into my driveway. He was my oldest friend, someone I'd known since high school. We'd been through a lot together over the years. But as I watched him climb out of his truck, concern etched on his weathered face, I wondered if our friendship was about to face its toughest test yet. "Dan," he said as I opened the door, "you look like hell. What's going on?" I ushered him inside, checking the street before I closed and locked the door. Boomer greeted Joel with his usual enthusiasm, but even the dog seemed subdued, his tail wagging half-heartedly. We sat at my kitchen table, and I poured us both a cup of coffee. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly spilled it. Joel watched me with growing concern. "All right," he said, once we were settled, "tell me what's happening." So I did. I told him everything, starting with that first encounter in the woods. I described the children in detail, their old-fashioned clothes, their unnatural movements, and those terrifying black eyes. I told him about the nighttime visitations, the whispered demands to be let in, and the note I'd found pinned to the tree. As I spoke, Joel's expression changed from concern to disbelief, and finally to a guarded wariness. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment, staring into his coffee cup as if it held the answers we were seeking. "Dan," he said finally, looking up at me, "you know how this sounds, right?" I nodded, a lump forming in my throat. "I know. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But Joel, I swear to you, it's real. These things, whatever they are, they're out there. And they want something from me." Joel leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his graying hair. "Okay," he said slowly. "Let's say for a moment that I believe you, that these black-eyed children are real. What do you think they want?" I shook my head. "I don't know. They keep saying they need to come inside, but inside where? My house? The town? I don't understand any of it. Have you told anyone else about this?" "No," I admitted. "I was afraid they'd think I was crazy." "Hell, I'm half convinced I am crazy." Joel nodded, his expression thoughtful. "All right, here's what we're going to do. First, you're going to get some sleep. You look like you haven't closed your eyes in days. I'll stay here, keep watch. Then, once you're rested, we're going to do some digging. If these things are real, there might be other reports, other sightings. We need more information." I wanted to protest, to say that sleep was impossible with those things out there. But now that Joel was here, now that I wasn't alone with my fear anymore, I felt the full weight of my exhaustion. I nodded, grateful for his practical approach. "Thanks, Joel," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "I don't know what I'd do without you." He clapped me on the shoulder. "That's what friends are for. Now go on, get some rest. I'll hold down the fort." As I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, Boomer at my heels. I felt a glimmer of hope for the first time since this nightmare began. Whatever was happening, at least I wasn't facing it alone anymore. I slept fitfully, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and echoing whispers. When I woke, the sun was low in the sky. I'd slept most of the day away. I found Joel in the living room, his laptop open on the coffee table, surrounded by printouts and scribbled notes. "Feel better?" he asked as I stumbled in, rubbing sleep from my eyes. I nodded, surprised to realize that I did feel better. Not great, but at least somewhat human again. "What's all this?" I asked, gesturing to the papers strewn about. Joel's expression was grim. "You better sit down, Dan. There's something you need to see." As I sank into the armchair, Joel turned his laptop towards me. On the screen was a forum dedicated to paranormal encounters. The thread he had opened was titled "Black-Eyed Kids, The Truth." "I've been doing some research while you slept," Joel explained. "And Dan, you're not alone. There are reports of these black-eyed children all over the country, some going back decades." I leaned forward, scanning the posts. They were eerily similar to my own experience. Children appearing out of nowhere, always asking to be let in, always with those terrifying black eyes. Some encounters ended like mine, with the witness fleeing. Others, "Oh God," I murmured, reading one particularly horrifying account. A man in Oklahoma had let the children into his house. 3 days later, his neighbors called the police after noticing a foul smell coming from the property. They found the man's body, described as desiccated, as if every drop of moisture had been drained from it. "It gets worse," Joel said quietly. He handed me a printout, a news article from a small town in Montana. The headline read, "Entire Family Vanishes, Mysterious Children Seen in Area." As I read through Joel's research, a cold dread settled in my stomach. This was bigger than just me, bigger than Larkspur. Something was happening, something terrible, and it was spreading. "What do we do?" I asked, looking up at Joel. "We have to warn people, right?" Joel sighed, leaning back on the couch. "And tell them what, exactly? That there are evil children with black eyes trying to get into their homes? Who's going to believe that?" He had a point. If someone had told me this a week ago, I'd have thought they were insane, but we couldn't just do nothing. "We need to talk to Sheriff Adler," I said finally. "He's been in Larkspur longer than anyone. If there's been anything like this before, he might know about it." Joel nodded slowly. "It's worth a shot. But Dan, we need to be careful how we approach this. If we go in there talking about black-eyed demon children, we're likely to end up in a padded room." I knew he was right. We needed to be smart about this. "Okay," I said, "we'll keep it vague at first. Ask about any strange occurrences, any unexplained events in town history. Maybe he'll volunteer something that fits with what we're seeing." We agreed to visit the sheriff's office the next morning. As night fell, Joel insisted on staying over. He took the couch, while I retreated to my bedroom with Boomer. Despite my earlier nap, I was exhausted. The weight of everything we'd learned pressed down on me like a physical thing. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the edge of something enormous and terrifying. Whatever these black-eyed children were, whatever they wanted, I had a sinking feeling that Larkspur was just the beginning. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, fitting my mood perfectly. Joel and I ate a quick breakfast in silence, both lost in our own thoughts about what the day might bring. Boomer sensed the tension, staying close to my side and whining softly. We drove to the sheriff's office in Joel's truck, the radio off, the only sound the rumble of the engine and the occasional squeak of the wipers clearing a light drizzle from the windshield. The streets of Larkspur were quiet, just a few early risers heading to work or walking their dogs. Sheriff Adler's office was a small one-story building on Main Street, its white paint peeling in places. A single patrol car sat in the parking lot, gleaming wet in the rain. As we walked in, the bell over the door jangled, sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet morning. Deputy Simmons looked up from the front desk. surprise evident on his young face. "Mr. Clark, Mr. Havers," he nodded to us. "What brings you here so early?" "We need to speak with Sheriff Adler," Joel said smoothly. "Is he in?" The deputy nodded, gesturing towards the back office. "Go on through. He's been here since dawn." Sheriff Adler was a man in his late 60s, with a craggy face that looked like it had been carved from granite. He'd been the sheriff of Larkspur for as long as I could remember, a fixture in the town as permanent as the mountains themselves. He looked up as we entered, his bushy eyebrows rising in surprise. "Dan, Joel," he said, his voice a gravelly rumble. "What can I do for you boys?" Joel and I exchanged a glance. We'd agreed that I would take the lead, given that I'd been the one to actually see the black-eyed children. "Sheriff," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. We've got some concerns about some strange occurrences in town lately." Adler leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp beneath those bristling brows. "Strange how?" I took a deep breath. "Well, I've been seeing some unusual things, out in the woods mainly, and I was wondering if there have been any reports of odd sightings, maybe kids where they shouldn't be, or people feeling like they're being watched." I trailed off, acutely aware of how vague and slightly crazy I sounded. Adler was quiet for a long moment, studying me intently. Then, to my surprise, he let out a heavy sigh and opened his desk drawer. He pulled out a bottle of whiskey and 3 glasses. "It's a bit early," he said, pouring a finger into each glass, "but I think this conversation calls for it. Drink up, boys. You're going to need it." Bewildered, Joel and I accepted the glasses. Adler took a long sip of his own before speaking again. "You're not the first to see those kids," he said, his voice low. "Folks around here call them the black-eyed children. They've been around for decades, always asking to be let in. No one knows what happens if you do." I nearly dropped my glass. You know about them?" Adler nodded grimly. "My daddy was sheriff before me, and his daddy before him. It's been passed down, the knowledge of these things. They don't come often, maybe once a generation, but when they do," he shook his head, "bad things happen." "What kind of bad things?" Joel asked, leaning forward. "People go missing," Adler said, "or they're found changed, like something vital has been sucked out of them. And it's not just here. I've got contacts in other small towns across the country. It's happening other places too, but nobody wants to talk about it openly. Who'd believe it?" I felt a chill run down my spine. "So what do we do?" Adler's eyes met mine, his gaze intense. "You keep your doors locked and you don't let them in no matter what. And if you see them again, you get out of there fast. That's all we can do." "But there must be something more," Joel protested. "We can't just sit back and let these things terrorize our town." "You think we haven't tried?" Adler snapped. "My grandfather formed a posse back in '32 to hunt these things down. Half the men never came back. The other half, well, they were never the same after. Sometimes, boys, the only thing you can do is hunker down and weather the storm." We left the sheriff's office with more questions than answers, our heads spinning from both the whiskey and the revelations. As we climbed back into Joel's truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were in way over our heads. "What now?" Joel asked as he started the engine. I stared out at the rain-slicked streets of Larkspur, the town I'd called home my entire life. It all looked different now, knowing what lurked in the shadows. "Now," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears, "we prepare. Because I have a feeling this is just the beginning." Little did I know how right I was, or how much our lives were about to change. The black-eyed children were coming, and Larkspur would never be the same. The next few weeks passed in a haze of paranoia and preparation. Joel and I threw ourselves into researching everything we could about the black-eyed children phenomenon. We scoured the internet, ordered obscure books on folklore and the paranormal, and even reached out to some of the contacts Sheriff Adler had mentioned. What we learned was both fascinating and terrifying. The black-eyed children, it seemed, were a worldwide phenomenon. Reports came from every corner of the globe, spanning centuries. Some cultures called them changelings, others demons or spirits, but the descriptions were always chillingly similar. children with solid black eyes, appearing out of nowhere, always asking to be let in. We set up a makeshift command center in my living room, pinning maps and articles to the walls, connecting events with red string like something out of a detective movie. It would have been almost comical if the stakes weren't so high. Meanwhile, life in Larkspur continued largely as normal. Most people were oblivious to the danger lurking at the edges of town, but there were signs for those who knew to look. More people reported feeling watched while walking their dogs at night. There was an uptick in missing pet reports, and always there were whispers of strange children seen at the edge of the woods. Joel and I took to patrolling the town at night, armed with flashlights and whatever protective charms our research suggested might work. Iron filings, salt, even holy water. Joel had convinced the local priest to bless. We felt a bit ridiculous, like kids playing at ghost hunters. But the memory of those black eyes kept us going. It was on one of these patrols, about 3 weeks after our meeting with Sheriff Adler, that things escalated. We were walking along the edge of the woods near the old ghost house, the beam of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The night was unusually still, no breeze stirring the leaves, no animals calling in the distance. "Dan," Joel said suddenly, his voice tight. "Look." I followed his gaze and felt my blood run cold. There, at the tree line, stood a group of children. Not just 2 this time, but 5 or 6, their pale faces glowing in the moonlight, their black eyes reflecting our flashlight beams like pools of oil. "We need to come in," they said in unison, their voices a chilling harmony. "Get back," I said, fumbling for the canister of salt in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. The children took a step forward. "Let us in," they insisted. "We're so hungry." Joel raised his flashlight like a weapon. "Stay back," he shouted. "You're not welcome here." For a moment, nothing happened. The children stood motionless, their black eyes boring into us. Then, slowly, they began to retreat back into the woods. But as they disappeared into the shadows, one of them spoke again. "Soon," it said, its childish voice somehow echoing in the still night air. Very soon. We ran back to town, not stopping until we reached the safety of my house. As we burst through the door, gasping for breath, we found Sheriff Adler waiting for us in my living room. "They're getting bolder," he said without preamble. "It's starting." Over the next hour, Adler filled us in on what had been happening in town, while Joel and I had been focused on our research. People had been going missing. Not many, not enough to cause a panic, but more than usual for a small town like Larkspur. And those who were found, well, they weren't quite right anymore. "It's like something's been sucked out of them," Adler explained, his face grave. "They're alive, but empty somehow. The doctors can't explain it." "What do we do?" I asked, feeling helpless in the face of this escalating threat. Adler's expression was grim. "We prepare. We warn who we can without causing a panic. And we pray that it's enough." As Adler left, promising to keep us updated, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the precipice of something truly terrifying. The black-eyed children were done waiting in the shadows. They were making their move. And Larkspur, our quiet little town, was about to become a battleground. The next few days were a flurry of activity. Sheriff Adler quietly spread the word to a select group of townspeople, those he thought could handle the truth without panicking. We set up a network of watchers, people who could keep an eye out for any sign of the black-eyed children and alert the rest of us. Joel and I continued our nightly patrols, now joined by a few others who believed our story. We armed ourselves with whatever we thought might help: iron, salt, religious symbols from 6 faiths. Whether any of it would actually work against the black-eyed children, we had no idea, but it made us feel like we were doing something, at least. The tension in town was palpable, even among those who didn't know the full story. People hurried home before dark. Doors were locked that had stood open for years, and parents kept a closer eye on their children. Larkspur, once so open and friendly, was becoming a town under siege. It was a week after our encounter in the woods that it happened. I was at home poring over yet another book on supernatural entities when my phone rang. It was Mrs. Abernathy, an elderly widow who lived on the outskirts of town. "Danielle," she said, her voice shaking, "there's someone at my door. They keep knocking, asking to be let in. But when I look through the peephole, all I see are these black eyes." My blood ran cold. "Mrs. Abernathy, listen to me very carefully. Do not open the door. No matter what they say, no matter what you hear, do not let them in. I'm on my way." I called Joel and Sheriff Adler as I raced to my truck. By the time I reached Mrs. Abernathy's house, they were already there, along with half a dozen other townspeople who joined our makeshift defense force. The scene that greeted us was like something out of a nightmare. A group of children, at least a dozen of them, surrounded Mrs. Abernathy's house. They stood perfectly still, their black eyes fixed on the building, their voices raised in a chilling chant. "Let us in. We need to come inside. We're so hungry." "Get back," Sheriff Adler bellowed, raising his shotgun. "You're not welcome here." The children turned as one to face us. Their expressions were blank, but there was a palpable sense of menace emanating from them. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then one of the children spoke, its voice unnaturally deep for its size. "You can't stop us. This town is ours now. Let us in, or we'll take what we want by force." "Like hell you will," Joel growled, stepping forward with a canister of salt. What happened next was chaos. The children rushed forward, moving with inhuman speed. We fought back as best we could, throwing salt, swinging iron bars, anything to keep them at bay. I saw Sheriff Adler fire his shotgun, the blast passing harmlessly through one of the children as if it were made of smoke. The battle seemed to last for hours, though it was probably only minutes. Finally, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The children retreated to the edge of the property, their black eyes still fixed on us. "This isn't over," one of them said. "We'll be back, and next time we won't be so gentle." Then they were gone, vanishing into the darkness as if they'd never been there at all. We spent the rest of the night at Mrs. Abernathy's, taking turns keeping watch. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the town, we gathered to assess the situation. "They're getting stronger," Sheriff Adler said, his face haggard. "And they're not hiding anymore. This was a direct attack." "So what do we do now?" someone asked. I looked out at the town, at the place I'd called home my entire life. It looked different now, shadowed and threatening, but it was still our home, and we had to protect it. "We fight," I said, surprised by the strength in my voice. "We warn everyone. We prepare. And when they come back, because they will come back, we'll be ready." As I looked at the faces around me, I saw fear, yes, but also determination. We were in this together now, united against a threat none of us fully understood. The siege of Larkspur had begun, and we were the only line of defense against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation and vigilance. We turned Larkspur into a fortress, lining every doorway with salt, hanging iron charms in every window. The town's one New Age shop did a booming business in protective amulets and sage bundles. We set up a 24-hour watch, with teams patrolling the streets and manning observation posts at the edge of town. Every strange sound, every shadow that seemed to move on its own sent a ripple of fear through the community. The black-eyed children didn't return immediately, but their presence was felt everywhere. People reported hearing childish laughter in empty rooms, seeing small figures dart between houses at night. Pets continued to go missing, and there was a rash of nightmares that left people waking up screaming about black eyes and hungry mouths. Despite our best efforts to keep things quiet, word began to spread. Rumors flew about what was really happening in Larkspur. Some people left town, unable to handle the constant state of fear. Others arrived, drawn by the stories of supernatural activity. We turned them away as best we could, not wanting to put more people in danger. It was about a month after the attack at Mrs. Abernathy's house that things came to a head. I was on patrol with Joel walking the perimeter of town when we heard a scream coming from the direction of the old ghost house. We ran towards the sound, our flashlights bobbing in the darkness. As we approached the dilapidated structure, we saw a figure stumbling out of the front door. It was Billy Knowles, a local teenager known for his daredevil stunts. "Help me," he gasped as we reached him. "They're in there. They're real." Before we could question him further, Billy's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed. Joel caught him before he hit the ground. In the beam of our flashlights, I could see that Billy's face was deathly pale, his skin clammy to the touch. "We need to get him to the hospital," Joel said urgently. I nodded, but my eyes were drawn to the ghost house. The door Billy had stumbled out of stood open, revealing only darkness beyond. But as I watched, I saw movement in that darkness, small shapes shifting in the shadows, and the gleam of what looked like dozens of pairs of eyes reflecting our flashlight beams. "Joel," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Look." He glanced up from Billy and went still. "Oh God," he breathed. Slowly, the black-eyed children began to emerge from the house. There were more of them than I'd ever seen before, at least 24. They moved with eerie synchronization, spreading out to form a semicircle around us. "You shouldn't have come here," they said in unison, their voices a chilling chorus. "This is our place now." I fumbled for the canister of salt in my pocket, my other hand gripping my flashlight like a weapon. "Stay back," I warned, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. The children tilted their heads in perfect unison, a grotesque parody of childish curiosity. "Why do you resist?" they asked. "We only want to come in. We're so hungry." "What did you do to Billy?" Joel demanded, still supporting the unconscious teenager. A smile spread across the children's faces, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. "We gave him a taste of what's to come," they said. "He let us in, just for a moment, and now he's ours." As if on cue, Billy's eyes snapped open, but they weren't his eyes anymore. They were solid black, just like the children surrounding us. Joel let out a startled cry and dropped Billy, who landed on his feet with unnatural grace. He turned to face us, that terrible smile spreading across his face. "Let them in," he said, his voice a blend of his own and the children's eerie chorus. "It feels so good. You'll see." I grabbed Joel's arm, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. "We need to go now." We backed away slowly, salt canisters raised. The black-eyed children, Billy among them now, watched us retreat, but made no move to follow. Their eerie smiles never wavered. As soon as we were clear of the immediate area, we turned and ran, not stopping until we reached Sheriff Adler's house. We burst through his door, gasping for breath and barely coherent as we tried to explain what had happened. Adler listened grimly, his face growing more haggard with each word. When we finished, he sank heavily into his armchair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "It's worse than I thought," he said quietly. "They're not just trying to get in anymore. They're converting people." "What do we do?" I asked, the question that had become our constant refrain in the face of this escalating horror. Adler was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant. Then he stood, a new resolve settling over his features. "We end this," he said firmly, "once and for all." He went to his bookshelf and pulled out an old leather-bound volume. "This has been passed down in my family for generations," he explained as he laid it on the table. "It contains information about these creatures, what they are, where they come from, and most importantly, how to stop them." Joel and I leaned in, hope kindling for the first time in weeks. The book was handwritten, the pages yellowed with age. As Adler carefully turned the pages, I saw diagrams, incantations in languages I didn't recognize, and detailed descriptions of encounters with the black-eyed children dating back centuries. "According to this," Adler said, his finger tracing a line of text, "the black-eyed children are interdimensional beings. They feed on fear and life force, and they need to be invited in to fully manifest in our world." "But Billy didn't invite them in," Joel pointed out. "He went into their space." Adler nodded grimly. "Which means they're getting stronger. They're able to exert their influence more directly now. So how do we stop them? I asked, dreading the answer. Adler turned to the last page of the book. There's a ritual, he said slowly. A way to close the gateway they're using to enter our world. But it's dangerous, and it requires a sacrifice. Joel and I exchanged glances. What kind of sacrifice? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. Adler met my eyes, his gaze steady and sorrowful. A life freely given, he said quietly. Someone has to willingly give themselves over to the black-eyed children, but with the intention of closing the gate from the inside. The silence that followed was deafening. The implications of what Adler was suggesting were staggering. Someone would have to sacrifice themselves, allow themselves to be taken by those things, to save the rest of us. I'll do it, I heard myself say, the words out of my mouth before I'd even fully processed the thought. Dan, no, Joel protested immediately. There has to be another way. But I knew, deep in my heart, that this was it. This was why I'd been the first to see the black-eyed children. Why I'd been drawn into this from the beginning. It had always been leading to this moment. It has to be me, I said, a strange calm settling over me. I started this. I have to finish it. Adler nodded slowly, respect and sorrow mingling in his eyes. If you're sure, he said, then we need to prepare. The ritual has to be performed at the ghost house, where the veil between worlds is thinnest. As Adler began to explain the intricacies of the ritual, I found my thoughts drifting. I thought of my life in Larkspur, of the peace I'd known before all this began. I thought of Boomer, my faithful companion who I'd have to leave behind. And I thought of the black-eyed children, of the hunger I'd seen in their eyes. I was afraid, there was no denying that. But more than that, I was resolved. If my sacrifice could save Larkspur, could save the world from these creatures, then it would be worth it. As dawn broke, casting long shadows across Adler's living room, we finalized our plans. In just a few short hours, we would make our stand against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. And I would face my destiny, for better or for worse. The day of the ritual dawned gray and overcast, as if the very sky was mourning what was to come. We spent the morning gathering the necessary components for the ritual. Rare herbs, specially prepared candles, and a knife that Adler said had been in his family for generations, its blade inscribed with symbols I didn't recognize. Word had spread about what we were planning, despite our best efforts to keep it quiet. A small group gathered to see us off. Mrs. Abernathy, her eyes red from crying, Tom from the hardware store, even old Mr. Grimes leaning heavily on his cane. They didn't fully understand what was happening, but they knew it was important, knew that in some way the fate of Larkspur hung in the balance. As we prepared to leave for the ghost house, Joel pulled me aside. Dan, he said, his voice rough with emotion, you don't have to do this, we can find another way. I shook my head, placing a hand on his shoulder. We both know there isn't another way, Joel. This is how it has to be. He nodded, blinking back tears. You're the bravest man I've ever known, Dan Clark. It's been an honor to be your friend. We embraced, a lifetime of friendship conveyed in that one gesture. As we pulled apart, I turned to find Boomer sitting at my feet, his tail wagging hesitantly as if he sensed the gravity of the moment. I knelt down, running my hands through his soft fur one last time. You be a good boy, I told him, my voice thick. Joel's going to take care of you now. Boomer whined softly, licking my face. I had to turn away before I lost my resolve. The walk to the ghost house felt like a funeral procession. Sheriff Adler led the way, the book of rituals tucked under his arm. Joel and I followed, carrying bags with the ritual components. A few other townspeople trailed behind, drawn by a mixture of curiosity and a desire to support us in whatever small way they could. As we approached the ghost house, the air seemed to thicken, becoming harder to breathe. An unnatural silence fell over the woods, broken only by the crunch of our footsteps on the leaf-strewn ground. The black-eyed children were waiting for us. They stood in a semicircle around the house, their pale faces impassive, those terrible black eyes fixed on us. Billy was among them, his once familiar face now a mask of otherworldly hunger. You've come, they said in unison as we approached. Have you finally decided to let us in? Adler stepped forward, his voice steady despite the fear I knew he must be feeling. We have come to end this, he said, to close the gateway and send you back where you came from. The children's faces twisted into those awful grins. You can't stop us, they said. We are eternal. We are hunger itself. Maybe, I said, stepping up beside Adler. But we're sure as hell going to try. With that, we began the ritual. Adler drew a complex symbol on the ground with a mixture of salt and herbs, while Joel and I set up the candles at specific points around it. The black-eyed children watched us work, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and growing unease. As Adler began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, the air around us seemed to vibrate. The candle flames flickered and danced, casting strange shadows across the ground. I could feel a pressure building, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. Then came the moment I had been dreading and preparing for. Adler turned to me, holding out the ritual knife. "Are you ready?" he asked softly. I nodded, taking the knife with a hand that shook only slightly. I stepped into the center of the symbol we had drawn, facing the black-eyed children. Their eyes were wide now, a hint of fear creeping into their expressionless faces. "I, Daniel Clark," I said, my voice carrying clearly in the unnatural stillness, "freely offer myself to close the gateway. I invite you in, but on my terms." The effect was immediate. The black-eyed children surged forward, their hunger overriding any caution they might have felt. As the first of them reached me, I brought the knife across my palm, my blood spilling onto the symbol at my feet. The world exploded into chaos. There was a deafening roar, like 1,000 voices screaming at once. The ground beneath my feet seemed to drop away, and I felt myself falling, tumbling through a void filled with swirling colors and shapes that hurt my eyes to look at. I could feel the black-eyed children all around me, their hunger a palpable thing. But I clung to my purpose, to the thought of Larkspur, of Joel and Boomer and all the people I was trying to save. How long I fell, I couldn't say. It could have been seconds or centuries. But eventually, I felt something solid beneath my feet. I opened my eyes to find myself in a place that defied description, a realm of shifting shadows and impossible geometries, where the very air seemed alive with malevolent intent. And there, in the center of it all, was a pulsing portal of light, the gateway between their world and ours. The black-eyed children were all around me, their forms twisted and monstrous in this, their true realm. They reached for me with grasping hands, their mouths open in silent screams of hunger. But I had made my choice. With the last of my strength, I staggered towards the portal. The knife was still in my hand, its blade glowing with an otherworldly light. I raised it high, feeling the weight of 2 worlds on my shoulders. "It's over," I said, and brought the knife down. The portal shattered like glass, fragments of light scattering in all directions. The black-eyed children howled, their forms beginning to dissolve. I felt a tremendous pulling sensation, as if reality itself was trying to right itself. As the world around me began to fade, my last thought was of Larkspur, of the town I'd called home for so long. I hoped they were safe now. I hoped it had been enough. Then darkness took me, and I knew no more. They found me 3 days later, lying unconscious at the foot of the ghost house. I was rushed to the hospital, where doctors marveled at my condition. By all rights, I should have been dead. Instead, I was merely exhausted, with no physical injuries beyond the cut on my palm. Larkspur had changed in my absence. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the town was gone. People walked the streets freely again, without fear. The black-eyed children were gone, banished back to whatever dark realm they had come from. As for me, I was changed too. My hair had gone completely white, and there were new lines on my face that hadn't been there before. But more than that, I carried with me the weight of what I had seen, of the sacrifice I had been prepared to make. Joel and Boomer were there when I woke up, both of them overjoyed to see me alive. Over the following days, as I recovered, They filled me in on what had happened. The moment I had disappeared into the portal, the black-eyed children had vanished. The ghost house had collapsed in on itself, leaving nothing but a pile of rubble. Sheriff Adler visited too, bringing with him the Book of Rituals. "I think this belongs to you now," he said, placing it on my bedside table. "You've earned it." As I sit here now, years later, writing down this account, I can't help but wonder if it's truly over. The black-eyed children are gone from Larkspur, yes, but are they gone for good? Or are they out there somewhere, waiting for another chance to break through? I don't know the answer, but I do know this: if they ever do come back, we'll be ready, because now we know the truth, we know what's out there in the darkness, and we know that no matter how hungry the darkness may be, there's always a light strong enough to push it back. At least that's what I have to believe. It's what gets me through the nights when I wake up, heart pounding, thinking I've heard a child's voice whispering, "Let us in." But those voices are just echoes now. And Larkspur, my home, is safe. For now. I had always preferred the solitude of the outdoors where the noise of civilization fell away, and it was just me against the wilderness. Growing up in Kentucky, I spent most of my childhood exploring the thick forests and climbing the rugged hills that surrounded our small town. There's something primal about being alone out there, a sense of survival that strips everything down to the essentials. You move with purpose because you have to, and there's no one to rely on but yourself. My name is James Hawkins, and at 32 years old, I'd thought I'd seen everything these woods had to offer. I'd hiked most of the trails in the state, camped in places where you could go days without seeing another soul, and even had a few close calls with wildlife, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the Daniel Boone National Forest. This year, I decided to tackle a particularly remote section of the forest. I'd heard stories about the place, whispers among locals of strange occurrences, missing hikers, but I never put much stock in those tales. It was just talk, something people made up to entertain themselves around campfires. So I packed my gear, loaded up my truck, and drove out to the forest, aiming to lose myself in its vastness for a few days. The night before my hike, I stayed at a small motel on the outskirts of a town called Pine Creek. It was one of those places that seemed frozen in time, with faded wallpaper and a flickering neon sign that buzzed incessantly. As I was checking in, the old man behind the counter eyed my backpack and hiking boots. "Heading into the forest, are you?" he asked, his voice gravelly from years of cigarettes. I nodded, expecting the usual warnings about bears or getting lost. The old man leaned in close, his roomy eyes fixed on mine. "You be careful out there," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "There's things in those woods that ain't natural, things that don't take kindly to visitors." I smiled politely, chalking it up to small-town superstition. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the distant howl of what I assumed was a coyote, I couldn't shake a feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The morning air was crisp, the sun barely touching the tops of the trees as I began my hike. I'd mapped out a route that would take me deep into the forest, far from the marked trails. That's where I felt most at peace, where the chances of running into another soul were slim to none. As I shouldered my pack and set off down the overgrown path, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. The forest loomed before me, ancient and inscrutable, its depths holding secrets that had yet to be uncovered. The first few hours of the hike were uneventful. The forest was alive, teeming with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, the occasional snap of a branch underfoot. I made good time, the familiar rhythm of walking soothing any lingering nerves from the night before. About 4 hours into the hike, I found myself at the base of a steep incline. The rocks were slick with morning dew, and the climb promised to be a challenging one. I paused, taking a moment to appreciate the stillness before beginning the ascent. It was tougher than I'd anticipated, each step a calculated move to avoid slipping. The rocks were sharp, some loose, and more than once I found myself scrambling for purchase as my foot slid on the treacherous surface. But the challenge was invigorating, a reminder of why I was out here in the first place. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and my muscles burned with the effort, but I pressed on. As I neared the top, I noticed something strange. The sounds of the forest, which had been a constant backdrop to my climb, had begun to fade. By the time I reached the summit, an eerie silence had fallen. I stood atop the ridge, the forest sprawling out below me like an endless green sea. I took a deep breath, the air fresher up here, and felt a sense of accomplishment. But that feeling was quickly overshadowed by a growing sense of unease. The forest had gone quiet, the birds no longer singing, the wind no longer rustling through the leaves. It was as if the world was holding its breath. And then I saw it, a structure half hidden by the trees, just a little further along the ridge. It was an old cabin, dilapidated and forgotten, the kind of place that had no business being this deep in the forest. My rational mind told me to stay away, to continue on my planned route, but curiosity, that dangerous human trait, got the better of me. As I made my way towards the cabin, the silence seemed to deepen. My footsteps, the creak of my backpack, even my own breathing seemed muffled, as if the very air was absorbing all sound. The cabin grew larger as I approached, its weathered wood and broken windows a stark contrast to the vibrant green of the surrounding forest. Standing before it, I felt a chill run down my spine despite the warmth of the day. There was something fundamentally wrong about this place, something that set every instinct on edge. But I had come too far to turn back now. With a deep breath to steady my nerves, I reached for the door. The door creaked loudly in protest as I pushed it open, the sound echoing unnaturally in the stillness. The inside of the cabin was just as I expected, dusty, abandoned, with furniture that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. A thick layer of grime covered everything, but the air inside was different, heavy and oppressive, carrying a scent that was sweet and putrid at the same time. It clung to the walls, to the floorboards, to me. I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the grimy windows. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, and I could feel the give in them, years of neglect having weakened the wood. The cabin was small, just one main room with a kitchen area and a single cot pushed up against the far wall. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me with a force that made me jump. The noise echoed through the cabin, but the door remained shut, as if something had deliberately pushed it closed. I shook it off, chalking it up to the wind, though I knew that was unlikely. There wasn't even a breeze outside. Still, I wasn't about to let some old door spook me. I had come this far, and my curiosity was piqued. There were signs that someone had lived here once, long ago. Rusty pots and pans hung in the kitchen area, their surfaces mottled with age. A worn book lay on the cot, its pages yellowed and curled. As I moved further into the cabin, the floorboards continued to creak and groan. Each step felt like a violation, as if I was disturbing something that should have been left undisturbed. The air grew thicker, making it harder to breathe. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, though the interior of the cabin was cool. I made my way to the cot, drawn to the book that lay there. Carefully, I picked it up, brushing off layers of dust. It was a journal, its cover cracked and brittle with age. The leather binding felt oddly warm to the touch, almost alive. With trembling fingers, I opened the journal. The first few pages were mundane, recounting the daily life of whoever had lived here. There were weather observations, notes on hunting and fishing, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I flipped further, the entries became more erratic, more disjointed. The handwriting grew frantic, the words scrawled across the pages in a hurry. One entry caught my eye. Day 47. The noises are getting louder. They're in the walls now, scratching. Always scratching. I tried to leave yesterday, but the forest, it changed. The paths I've walked 100 times led me in circles. Always back here. Always back to this damned cabin. My heart was pounding now, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. The air in the cabin felt thicker, harder to breathe. I wanted to put the journal down, to leave this place and never look back, but I couldn't stop reading. The last entry was almost illegible. The words barely more than frenzied scribbles. They're here. God help me. They're here. Can't escape. It knows. If anyone finds this, don't stay. Run. Run. The words trailed off into a scrawl that ran off the page, as if the writer had been interrupted mid-sentence or dragged away. I slammed the journal shut, my hands shaking. The oppressive silence of the cabin was broken only by the sound of my ragged breathing. I needed to leave, needed to get as far away from this place as possible. As I turned to go, something caught my eye. Movement in the corner of the room, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. I froze, my mind racing, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. It was just a trick of the light, I told myself. Just my imagination playing tricks on me after reading that damn journal. But the shadow moved again, and this time I knew it wasn't my imagination. It was real, and it was coming closer. My instincts kicked in, and I backed up towards the door, my hand fumbling for the handle. I had to get out of there, had to get back to the safety of the open forest, but the handle wouldn't budge, as if the door was sealed shut. Panic set in, my breath coming in short, rapid gasps. The shadow was almost upon me, and I could feel an intense heat radiating from it, like standing too close to a roaring fire. It seemed to absorb the light around it, a void in the shape of a man, but twisted, wrong. With a desperate shove, I threw myself against the door. For a moment, it held, and I felt a surge of terror as I imagined being trapped in this nightmare. Then, with a splintering crack, the door burst open, sending me sprawling onto the ground outside. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing, and took off running without looking back. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees becoming a blur as I tore through the underbrush. Branches whipped at my face, leaving stinging scratches, but I didn't slow down. I could feel it behind me, a presence that radiated malevolence. I didn't stop until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like they were about to give out. Finally, I collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath. As the panic began to subside, I tried to make sense of what had happened. It wasn't just fear that gripped me, but something deeper, something more primal. I didn't want to believe it, didn't want to acknowledge that what I'd seen was real. But deep down, I knew. Something unnatural dwelled in that cabin, something that defied explanation. As my breathing began to slow, I became aware of the forest around me. The normal sounds had returned, birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. It was as if I had crossed some invisible boundary, back into the world I knew. But then I heard it, a low rumbling sound, like something heavy moving through the forest, crushing everything in its path. It was coming from the direction of the cabin, and it was getting closer. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to move. The sound grew louder, more distinct, and I realized with horror that it wasn't just one thing, it was many. All moving together, all headed straight for me. The forest around me seemed to darken, as if the very light was being sucked away. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath coming out in visible puffs despite the summer heat. The rumbling grew louder, accompanied now by a chorus of low guttural growls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I forced myself to move, to run faster than I'd ever run in my life. My mind was in overdrive, every fiber of my being focused on survival. I could hear them behind me now, crashing through the trees, their snarls and growls filling the air. I didn't dare look back, knowing that if I did, it would be the end of me. The forest floor was treacherous, roots and rocks threatening to trip me with every step. But fear lent me a grace I'd never possessed before, my feet finding purchase where there seemed to be none. The sounds behind me grew closer, the air growing colder with their approach. I could feel their breath on the back of my neck, icy and fetid. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest, but I pushed on. Suddenly, the trees began to thin. I burst out of the tree line, my truck just ahead parked at the trailhead. It was like crossing a threshold. The moment I left the forest, the sounds of pursuit stopped abruptly. The air warmed, and the oppressive darkness lifted. But I didn't stop to question it. My hands were shaking so badly that I fumbled with the keys, almost dropping them. I could feel them at the edge of the forest, watching, waiting. I knew that if I didn't get out of there quickly, they would come for me again. I finally got the door open, threw myself inside, and started the engine. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, and I tore out of there like a bat out of hell. In my rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of something emerging from the tree line, a mass of writhing shadows that seemed to reach out towards the truck. But then I was around a bend, and the forest was lost from view. I drove for what felt like hours, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. When I finally stopped, I was miles from the forest, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins. I sat there in the truck, trying to process what had happened, but my mind was a jumbled mess. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the road, I made a decision. I had to tell someone, had to warn them about that place. I couldn't let anyone else stumble upon that cabin. Couldn't risk those things finding another victim. With shaking hands, I started the truck again and headed for the nearest ranger station. I didn't know if they would believe me, but I had to try. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Whatever I had encountered in that forest, whatever had chased me, it wasn't done with me yet. The lights of the ranger station appeared ahead, a beacon of normalcy in a world that had suddenly become terrifyingly strange. I parked haphazardly, my mind still reeling from the events of the day. As I stepped out of the truck, I cast one last glance back towards the direction of the forest. For a moment, I thought I saw something moving in the shadows at the edge of the parking lot, a darkness deeper than the falling night. But when I blinked, it was gone. Taking a deep breath, I turned and walked towards the ranger station. Whatever happened next, I knew my life would never be the same. The horrors I had witnessed in Daniel Boone National Forest would haunt me forever. A constant reminder that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, things that lurk in the dark places, waiting for the unwary. With a shaking hand, I reached for the door of the ranger station, ready to tell my story, hoping against hope that someone would believe me. Because if they didn't, if no one heeded my warning, I feared that what I had encountered in that forest would not remain confined to its shadowy domain for long. I burst into the ranger station, probably looking like a madman. My clothes were torn and dirty, scratches on my face and arms from my frantic run through the forest. The two rangers on duty looked up in alarm, hands instinctively moving towards their sidearms. "Easy there," one of them said, a tall man with a salt and pepper beard. "What's the trouble?" I tried to catch my breath, suddenly aware of how crazy my story was going to sound, but I had to tell them. I had to make them understand. "There's something out there," I gasped, "in the forest. Something not natural." The rangers exchanged glances. I could see the skepticism in their eyes, the unspoken assumption that I was just another hiker who'd gotten spooked by shadows and animal noises. But I pressed on. I told them everything, about the cabin, the journal, the shadow, the things that had chased me. As I spoke, the words tumbling out in a rush, I could see their expressions change from skepticism to concern, and then to something else, fear. At first, they looked at me like I was crazy, but then something changed. The older ranger, the one with the salt and pepper beard, pulled me aside. His name tag read Frank Morrison. "Son," he said, his voice low and grave. "I've heard similar stories over the years. People going missing in that part of the forest. Strange occurrences that couldn't be explained. Most folks around here won't go near that area." My heart raced. Someone believed me. Someone knew. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What's out there?" Frank shook his head. "I don't know. Nobody does. But whatever it is, it's been there a long time. Longer than any of us." The other ranger, a younger man named Tom, joined us. "We should report this," he said. But Frank held up a hand. "Not yet. First, we need to check it out ourselves." If we call this in without any evidence, they'll think we're as crazy as—" He trailed off, glancing at me apologetically. I understood. It did sound crazy. Hell, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it either. "I'll take you there," I said, surprising myself with my own words. The last thing I wanted was to go back to that place, but I knew I had to. I had to prove I wasn't insane. Frank nodded. "We'll go at first light. For now, you should rest. You look like you've been through hell." They set me up in a small back room of the station. As I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow in the cabin, felt the cold breath of whatever had chased me through the forest. Morning came too soon. We set out just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, the forest shrouded in mist. Frank, Tom, and I piled into a Ranger vehicle, its four-wheel drive easily handling the rough terrain. As we neared the area where I had parked my truck the day before, a sense of dread settled over me. The forest seemed different in the daylight, less threatening, but I knew better. I knew what lurked in its depths. We hiked for hours, following my recollection of the path I had taken. The forest was alive with normal sounds, birds chirping, squirrels chattering. It was so different from the unnatural silence of yesterday that I began to doubt myself. Had I imagined it all? But then we reached the ridge, and I saw it. The cabin stood just as I remembered, weathered and foreboding. Frank and Tom exchanged glances, their hands moving to their sidearms. "Stay alert," Frank muttered as we approached. The door of the cabin hung open, swinging slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. Inside, everything was as I had left it, dusty, abandoned, the air thick with that sweet, rotting smell. "The journal," I said, moving towards the cot. It was right here. But the cot was empty. The journal was gone. Frank frowned, his eyes scanning the room. "Are you sure this is the place?" I nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm certain. The journal was here. And there," I pointed to the corner, "that's where I saw the shadow." Tom was examining the door frame. "There are scratches here," he said. "Deep ones, like something was trying to get in or out." Frank joined him, running his fingers over the marks. "These aren't animal scratches," he murmured. "What the hell made these?" A chill ran down my spine. I opened my mouth to suggest we leave when suddenly, the temperature in the cabin dropped dramatically. Our breath came out in visible puffs. And then we heard it, the low rumbling sound, the same one I had heard yesterday. It was coming from outside, from the forest, and it was getting closer. Frank's face went pale. "Back to the vehicle," he said, his voice tight with fear. Now, we didn't need to be told twice. We burst out of the cabin, running headlong into the forest. The rumbling grew louder, accompanied by the sound of trees cracking and falling. As we ran, I chanced to look back. What I saw nearly stopped my heart. A wave of darkness was moving through the forest behind us, consuming everything in its path. Trees vanished into it. The very light seemed to be sucked away. We reached the Ranger vehicle, piling in as Frank gunned the engine. The tires spun in the dirt before catching, and we shot forward, just as the wave of darkness reached the edge of the clearing. In the rearview mirror, I watched as the darkness seemed to pause at the tray line, roiling and churning like a living thing. Then, slowly, it retreated back into the forest. We drove in silence, each of us trying to process what we had seen. Finally, Tom spoke up. "What do we do now?" he asked, his voice shaking. Frank's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "We tell them," he said grimly. "We tell them everything, and we make sure no one ever goes into that part of the forest again." As we sped away from Daniel Boone National Forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had only scratched the surface of whatever dark secret lurked in those woods, and I feared that one day it might not be content to stay hidden in the shadows. The days that followed our encounter in the forest were a blur of debriefings, official reports, and sleepless nights. Frank, Tom, and I were questioned repeatedly by various government agencies, each one more skeptical than the last. But the evidence was undeniable. The claw marks on the cabin, the inexplicable cold spots, and the footage from the dashboard camera of the Ranger vehicle that had captured a glimpse of the darkness pursuing us. The Daniel Boone National Forest was partially closed to the public, with the official story citing environmental concerns and unstable terrain. But those of us who knew the truth understood the real reason. Whatever was out there in those woods, it was better left undisturbed. I couldn't shake the memories of what I'd experienced. The shadow in the cabin, the chase through the forest, the wave of darkness that had nearly engulfed us. These images played on repeat in my mind, robbing me of sleep and peace. I found myself jumping at shadows, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. A month after the incident, I received a call from Frank. His voice was tight with tension as he spoke. "James, you need to come to the station. There's something you should see." When I arrived, Frank and Tom were huddled around a computer, their faces pale and drawn. On the screen was a grainy image from a trail camera, the kind used by hunters to track game. What I saw made my blood run cold. The photo showed a section of the forest near where we had encountered the cabin. But the trees were wrong, twisted and blackened as if burned, though no fire had been reported. And at the edge of the frame, barely visible, was a shape. A darkness deeper than the shadows around it, vaguely humanoid, but wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. "This was taken yesterday," Frank said quietly. "Whatever's out there, it's spreading." The implications were terrifying. The entity, or entities, that we had encountered weren't content to remain in their small corner of the forest. They were expanding their territory. Over the next few weeks, more evidence emerged. Hikers reported strange noises and unexplained cold spots in areas of the forest that had previously been unaffected. Wildlife seemed to be fleeing the area in droves, and the darkness in the trail camera photos appeared in more and more locations, always just at the edge of perception, as if taunting us with its presence. Despite the mounting evidence, official channels remained skeptical. The forest remained open, though warnings were posted about avoiding certain areas. It wasn't enough. I knew it wasn't enough. It was 3 months after my initial encounter when I made the decision to go back. I couldn't explain why, even to myself. Perhaps it was a need for closure, or maybe some part of me felt drawn to the darkness we had awakened. Whatever the reason, I found myself once again driving towards Daniel Boone National Forest, my truck loaded with camping gear, and this time, a few items for protection: salt, iron filings, and other things recommended by the more esoteric websites I'd been frequenting. Frank and Tom had tried to talk me out of it, but in the end they understood. They made me promise to check in every few hours and gave me an emergency beacon to activate if things went south. As I hiked into the forest, I could feel the change immediately. The air was heavier, the silence more pronounced. Even in areas that should have been teeming with life, there was an unnatural stillness. I made camp a few miles from where I estimated the cabin to be, not willing to venture too close as night fell. As darkness descended, the forest came alive with sounds, but not the normal nocturnal noises of animals and insects. These were different, otherworldly. Whispers just at the edge of hearing, scraping sounds from the trees around me, and occasionally a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I huddled in my tent, my hand clasped around the emergency beacon, debating whether to activate it. But as the night wore on, the sounds gradually faded, replaced by an eerie silence. When morning came, I broke camp and continued deeper into the forest. The trees became more twisted and malformed the further I went, their bark blackened and peeling. The ground beneath my feet felt spongy and unnatural. And then I saw it, the cabin, but it was different now. The wood had darkened, seeming to absorb the light around it. The door hung open, revealing only darkness inside. As I stood there, trying to summon the courage to approach, I heard a voice. It came from everywhere and nowhere, seeming to reverberate inside my own head. "You came back," it said, its tone a mixture of amusement and hunger. "We knew you would." I wanted to run, to flee back to the safety of civilization, but I stood my ground. "What are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. The darkness around the cabin seemed to deepen, to coalesce into a shape. It was the shadow I had seen before, but larger now, more defined. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were pinpricks of absolute blackness. "We are the forgotten," the voice said, "the ones who were here before, and now we are awakening." As it spoke, I felt a pull, an almost irresistible urge to step forward, to let the darkness envelop me. I resisted, my hand fumbling for the iron filings in my pocket. The shadow tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture. "Your trinkets cannot harm us," it said, "but your fear feeds us, it makes us stronger." I realized then the terrible truth. Every expedition into the forest, every investigation, every moment of terror experienced by those who ventured too close, it had all been feeding this thing, helping it grow stronger. "Why are you here?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" The shadow seemed to grow, encompassing more of the clearing. "To reclaim what was once ours," it said. "This world, your world, it belongs to us." With those words, it lunged forward. I turned to run, but the forest around me had changed. The trees were closing in, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The ground beneath my feet became soft and yielding, threatening to swallow me whole. I fumbled for the emergency beacon, finally managing to activate it. As its signal pulsed into the air, I heard the shadow laugh, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "They cannot save you," it said. "No one can." As the darkness closed in around me, I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But it didn't come. Instead, I heard the roar of engines, saw flashes of light through my eyelids. I opened my eyes to see several ranger vehicles bursting into the clearing, their headlights cutting through the unnatural darkness. Frank and Tom were there, along with a team of people in hazmat suits. The shadow retreated, but not before I heard its final words in my mind. "This isn't over. We will return." As the Rangers loaded me into one of the vehicles, I looked back at the cabin. It was gone, as if it had never existed. In its place was nothing but undisturbed forest. In the weeks that followed, the government finally took action. A large section of Daniel Boone National Forest was cordoned off, declared a restricted area under the guise of an ecological research project. Teams of scientists and specialists combed the forest, setting up monitoring equipment and conducting tests I could only guess at. I was debriefed extensively, my every experience in the forest dissected and analyzed. They were particularly interested in my final encounter, in the words the shadow had spoken, "to reclaim what was once ours." The implications were staggering. Frank, Tom, and I were sworn to secrecy, though we were kept in the loop about the ongoing containment efforts. The entity, or entities, seemed to have retreated deeper into the forest, but their presence could still be felt. The restricted area remained a dead zone. No plant or animal life, no insects, not even bacteria in the soil. It was as if that part of the forest had been entirely drained of life. Months passed, and slowly, life began to return to normal, or as normal as it could be when you knew what lurked in the shadows of the world. I found myself unable to enjoy the outdoors like I used to. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, seemed to hide potential threats. It's been a year since my last encounter in Daniel Boone National Forest. The official story is that the restricted area is showing signs of recovery, that whatever environmental disaster had occurred there is slowly being remedied. But I know the truth. I still receive updates from Frank. The entity, or entities, are still there, contained but not defeated. The border of the dead zone fluctuates, sometimes expanding, sometimes contracting. It's an ongoing battle, one fought in secret by people most of the world will never know about. As for me, I've left Kentucky. I couldn't bear to be so close to those woods anymore. I've settled in a small town in the Midwest, as far from large forests as I could get. But even here, in the heart of farm country, I can't escape the memories. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, certain that I can hear that low rumbling growl. In my darkest moments, I wonder if what I encountered in those woods followed me here, if it's just biding its time, waiting for the right moment to emerge. I try to tell myself that it's just paranoia, that the horrors I witnessed are confined to that small section of Daniel Boone National Forest. But deep down, I know the truth. What I encountered there was just the beginning. There are things in this world, ancient and powerful things, that exist in the shadows of our reality, and one day they may decide to step into the light. Until then, I remain vigilant. I watch the shadows, listen for sounds that don't belong, and I remember the words spoken by that entity in the forest. This isn't over. We will return. I can only hope that when that day comes, we'll be ready.